Good morning, everybody. There's 44.56.12. VIX opening just under 16. Jamie down. All right. Give me 1 second. How's everyone doing? I hope my 1TT puts I bought on Friday and expire today print. I think they have already. Right? Well, maybe. Josie Wales, welcome to Dillionaire. Oh, I almost just blew up everyone's eardrums. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Thank you. US Steel had an unsolicited bid. Yeah, I can read Wall Street Bets bullshit too. The bid they rejected would have valued them at $35. Okay. So you want to play buyout speculation on US Steel? Seems reasonable. What's up, Dork? Time for AMC calls. Why would it ever be time for that? Did I miss something? Didn't they get approval to dilute last week? Fortunately not. I accidentally kept averaging down as the price kept rising because I'm on the ADHD medicine and impulsive, currently going through therapy and working on it. All right, you know, whatever your journey is, Farmville player, that's I wish you the best. Did you see the picture of washed up Frag holding AMC bags on Wall Street Bets over the weekend? That was photoshopped. It was fake news. Frag would never buy AMC. Gherk wins 0 DTE hat. I don't think we've gotten that far. .420 racing to being stopped out. Huzzah. Thank you so much, man. So below 44.50 is bad news. It's not good news. I mean, they can probably withstand some prices below 44.50 briefly, like they did last Friday. I don't think it's somewhere that they would like to stay for very long. Unless they're going to let it just slide completely and try to short VIX at the top and capture a turnaround. But that's really fucking risky, right? If more put interest accumulates on a downside move like that, they could end up burying all of their positions. You think we'd chop 19 till earnings or soon? But Jamie could go down to like 18, 15. It just keeps finding liquidity, and the borrow rate's not going up. So that's, I mean, I'm going to be perfectly honest, that's not bullish. All I hear is USD JPY to 150. Not yet, Dork. It's only just made it to 145.50 since yesterday. Relax. Could unwinding of the carry trades be burying the opportunity to go up? Yeah, it could be. Also, Bank of Japan stepping in and selling U.S. Treasuries probably is not helping either. But Dixie's now up at 103.35. So, you know, financial conditions are tightening very, very rapidly. As someone who's YOLO'd into J&J 100p for August 18th, Why am I not a guaranteed billionaire as the cucumber choices predicted? Okay, first of all, I feel like maybe your illiteracy is catching up with you here, and you might need to go reread that again. But yeah, could the unwinding of carry trades just be bearing the opportunity? I was promised AMCDD with my billionaire. What gives? You absolutely were not. There's not gonna be any. Sorry. MOASS is upon us. It was never GME. It was the yen. It took me an inordinately long time to figure out why SPX wasn't moving for me. My spread on my y-axis wasn't tight enough to see the candles below the opening gap. No question there. I just wanted to share that I'm off to a strong start today. Sounds like it. I'm glad that you found the opening candle. Sometimes it can be very sneaky. Is the Siri play dead now? No, it's caught in a infinite limbo between being maybe dead and maybe not. So far, the $4 puts that are on the chain are still out of the money, as are the $5 calls. I don't really know if anything exciting is going to happen there anytime soon, but liquidity's been drying up very, very quickly. So that's cool. If you have some theta, you might be able to wait out something more interesting happening. I kind of repositioned a bit. I have $5, $6, and $7 calls now for September. I was gonna maybe roll those out as long as it doesn't break down below 4. My position on Siri is not huge though, so it's not like I'm crazy bullish on it, but it hasn't dropped back to its prior levels below $4. $5 and $10 puts on Nvidia seem low. No, it's $5 and $10 out of the money. Not 5 and and it's also not yet. Like Nvidia can still bounce this morning as short calls pull back. It was US Treasuries. Russell 2K is dying. The yen is the Melvin capital of this MOASS. I just came out of a coma. Are we still buying Revlon? You could try. I know that they sell it at Target and Walmart still. Does X have any staying power? I mean, if somebody else comes in with an offer for more than their current market price. Schrodinger's Siri, where Siri gains simultaneously exist and don't exist. No, they don't exist. It just won't drop, which is infuriating. If it would drop back to 3, I'd just close my calls. I don't give a shit about it anymore, but it hasn't, so most of the puts on the chain remain underwater. Thanks for answering, man. Price-wise, do you think it'll stay below 7? Whatever happens, or does it still have the potential to go higher if something happens? I mean, if more of the arb trade were to unwind, it could run again. There's out-of-the-money call interest, so... Ooh. SPX is finding a little tiny bit of support there. Any low price level predictions for Fubo? I mean, they haven't changed. They've been the same for like a year now. 237 resistance, then 223 after that. I think the right after that is 197. So those are the next 3 to the downside. Ooh, looks like Fubo finally slipped support today, so good opportunity to get on 250 calls if you sold them. Holy shit, it's Natty. How are things going, Natty? Are you still bullish on Fubo? Revlon just released red candle lipstick. Bullish. Do you have a buy price for Snap? No, I don't like it. I was joking about J&J, but watching some impatient people buying the ask for their puts is hilarious. It keeps spiking on the options chart. I don't know what puts they're buying, but I hope they're not buying them before the averaging period is finalized. Any thoughts on BTU price performance this week? No. China reported some slowdowns, so that might not be good for spot price on coal. Might see it slip back towards like the 20, I don't know, like $22 level. Tenderized loins. Happy Monday, Gherk. Let's get that money this week. Fucking A, man. Market volume is garbage for a Monday morning. Yeah, it is. Dear Lord, 15 months is too long. No, it's not long enough. So maybe wait for BTU CSP until 20. I probably wouldn't sell them below 20. Or, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'd probably wait till like 20, mid 20s. Below 20, I'd wait till it slipped. So if it slips $20, you'd probably want to wait for it to hit like 1850 again. But what's fun about that is if you can spot a turnaround in coal prices, then you can start selling in the money CSPs on it, which is kind of what I did last time. That was pretty profitable. The yields were decent. 21 months is never long enough. Thank you so much, Gork's Bidet. Although your warranty is running out and I do need to replace you. What a wildly exciting morning. Ooh. Okay, so futures is moving back over 44.70, 650 right now. It's not had a great time finding stability for a turnaround here, but it is starting to find a little bit in the well, around the 44.70 strike. We would still want to see a successful test of 44.90 and 4500 on ES to confirm upside. So plenty of room to move there. And it looks it looks okay for a bounce. Let me see what we're looking at with positioning here. Okay, so there's still in the money puts at 65, 70, and 75. Although we are pushing away from the bigger piles of puts at like 44.50 and 44.40. So it looks like they're going with the attempt to push it up option, which could mean a fairly slow grind upwards into the middle of the day. Remember, they need to break that. They really need to break above that 44.80 level in order to stabilize the upside. Where can you find coal prices? There's coal futures. You could probably Google current coal price or coal spot. You just replace things when they go out of warranty? How rich are you? QQQ is pushing. Yes. What's up with X? Gapped up over the weekend. Can't find news. They had an unsolicited offer for more than their current market value and are now looking into other potential offers. USD JPY is above 145. Do you think there will be emergency YCC soon? No. I think at 145 to 150, the Bank of Japan will just continue a program of going short dollar, long yen, probably via Japanese bond buying, and U.S. Treasury selling. I think they'll do that as long as they can, in order to stabilize the yen at 145. If the yen starts getting close to 150 or higher, then they might start needing to take more drastic actions. Like changing yield curve control policy, or possibly, even worse, pegging to the dollar. Slow grind seemed like 1 DTE rather than 0 DTE today for lotto tickets. Yeah, so I mean, I'm not using this account today because I can't trade on it, but I have a couple like 1 DTE debit call spreads that I picked up, and I'm waiting to see if we get rejected on 44.75, and if we do, I'm going to pick up some further dated put debit spreads. But I got some call debit spreads this morning at the money, 44.60 to 44.80. On a breakout of 44.75, I'd probably pick up like 44.90, 45.10 debit spreads. Also 1 DTE. Do you know the next resistance on NVIDIA? Yes, it's in the thing last night. 422.36. So that prior range, or that range between 413 and 422, that's where I'm looking to enter. If that wasn't clear on the chart that I gave you guys. Are you bullish on GME OPEX currently? Not particularly. What do you want to see happen that you become bullish? Borrow rate go up, GME price go down. Mantang is pushing. Yes, it is. Carl likes to be pegged. No comment. GME heavy shorting. Yeah, I don't know if it's so much an effect of heavy shorting or if it's just more selling. But yeah, there is some going on. Thoughts on HBM? I think we go below 5 again. Gave up our earnings move. Yeah, probably. Generally just another opportunity for accumulation. Copper prices are still fairly stagnant, but copper inventories haven't improved much. So, but yeah, the news of China's reopening progress slowing even more, and their unwillingness to provide substantial amounts of QE due to their debt ratios, is probably going to create more drag on commodities in the short term. We'll probably see it most on like oil and steel prices, but it'll affect copper as well. And coal. Are you watching SVX in the 5-minute? I don't know. So this doesn't happen and people panic? If I understand correctly, J&J is expecting some brief ups into the middle, maybe end of the week, before some potential downs. But read the DD. Is GME going down more because AMC is down? Could be, yeah. AMC might be providing, like, covering on AMC might be providing some liquidity in, like, the Russell 1K ETFs. Although, like IJH, which is I think like the biggest Russell 1K holder of GME, doesn't really seem to be getting much more liquid, and it's about it's about tapped out right now. It's got a little bit left in the tank, but I think the bigger problem is that GME is becoming more liquid, like the underlying, which means that people are selling it. I don't know who. Could be Furlong, could be institutions, probably retail. But it's being sold more than it has been in the last 3 years. What did you do taking profits on 110C for ZOM expiring mid-September? Seems Friday was my best exit. I only have a couple left. I'll probably hang in there and see if oil bounces back. I don't think this like pull down in oil due to like the Chinese economic data is gonna be all that important. U.S. demand is still high and production cutoffs haven't changed, so a little bit of consolidation in oil after it ran so fucking hard is not unexpected. If it were to drop back below like 81 a barrel, maybe I'd cut what I have left, but crazy how the market crash on the 1 minute just be down a bit on the 5. I mean, well, you have more data packed into one candle, right? Thoughts on Tesla? Good time for a long possible. I don't like it. If you can give me a bull case on it, I'd love to hear it. It's already overvalued. IWM getting hammered. Yeah, it is. Yeah, down about 100 BPS. Although, ES only down like 6 and NQ's up. So tech's doing pretty well today, despite small caps and industrials underperforming. Dixie's still moving up. Yields are up pretty much across the board. With the biggest moves between the 2 and the 10-year. No, not enough of a rejection. This is just for going down. If they can hold 4450, they're in a good spot. And a lot of today might just be a struggle to regain 4475 with bigger moves like tomorrow. I expect them to attempt to get their shit out from underwater before VIX expiration, which is Wednesday, right? Once they hit VIX expiration, it's going to be harder for them. Well, vol will loosen up a little bit, and it'll be a little bit harder for them to keep it in check. Like the forward curve on VIX is ramping up pretty substantially. I don't have any thoughts on X. I don't really care about it. I owned it a long time ago, but I'm not gonna play buyout speculation on it. I don't think steel's in a particularly great spot right now. At least not for like the next 6 months. So if buyers are coming in on it, they're just trying to buy the dip because they think that steel prices are going to go up, which probably isn't incorrect. Tesla bull case, Model 3 Highland, $28,000 car. Production ramp up in September with sales starting October. Okay, but Toyota's EVs are better in every way. Toyota's untested EVs are better and cheaper with more range and no weird end user license agreements. They also have way more manufacturing capacity. Toyota EVs don't exist yet. I mean, they're announced. My NVIDIA 100Ps for Friday aren't looking so hot. What? Why do you have 100Ps on NVIDIA for Friday? Mantang gonna save the markets this week? Possibly. Right now, I think on NVIDIA you're seeing the like at the money sold calls getting pulled back. Um, that should stabilize probably in like the, well, I hope it stabilizes in the like 113 to 422 range, and we'll start to see a bit more distributive effects occurring as new short calls are entered. After that period, which may last into tomorrow, I'll probably pick up puts. If it breaks above 422.26, would I go long calls? I'd probably go long calls and see if it tests gamma neutral. You could potentially straddle it, although I think the short side's still better at these prices. Toyota BZ4X is an EV. Next generation Toyota EVs will be amazing, especially with solid state batteries. Okay. According to Toyota, it's a 2024 release. Tesla's pretty uncontested until then. Tesla also lost, a massive chunk of its auto sales in China, which still isn't accounted for in its current valuation. Chinese auto sales are down like 87% over the last quarter. Where are they going to find that much market share in the near term? They're not going to do it with ramping up production of a $28,000 vehicle into the end of the year. That's not going to, even the US can't possibly, especially with current auto loan rates, there's no fucking way that they're going to be able to claw that back before the end of the year. Lending and demand for lending are both dropping off a cliff. Did you read the SLOS report from the Fed? That doesn't paint a bullish picture for the car industry in the short term. Should the market have a black swan type of event? Would the protection levels set with SVOL make it potentially go up in value rather than down? Potentially? Yeah, I mean, it could, that kind of thing could happen briefly. That's kind of like calls printing when the market crashes, right? I'm busy with work, still bearish over the next couple of weeks. Yeah, not over the next couple days though. Leaning a little more bullish for the next like 2-3 days. Okay, 0 DTE 4460 straddle make any sense right now? Here's the problem with doing an intraday straddle right now. If we pick a direction and then see a continuation of that, your opposing leg is just dead. So why not just go with like a strangle and save some money? The SLOS report, some of the banks think in private. I loved it. They're not bullish. No, they're not. Used car prices, sales declining rapidly. New car sales taking 2 to 3 months to get a car. But that's because supply chains aren't fully healed still, right? And they're pushing off like the backlog of orders, but that doesn't mean that new demand is still keeping pace, right? Kirk, it's people that are long Tesla. Logic has no power here. I think D-Engineer is capable of having a moderate discussion on it. I don't think it's the first time we've argued the valuation of Tesla. Don't worry, my cousin, who's been a real estate agent for 3 months, so the housing market has never been better. We're all saved. He must have just gotten his first commission. 10-year just hit 4.213. While you're here, Mr. Pickle, the difference between September futures and SPX is 15. Is backwardation a realistic risk? Danke. I don't think we're gonna see backwardation anytime soon. I mean, the September futures contract is also just narrowing in spread as we approach expiration, right? SPX futures still appear to be very much in contango. You really want to look and see if like the December 19 or the December 2025, December 20, eh, December 24 start dropping in value. Then there might be some risk, but right now that's not really something that's happening. I mean, futures pricers moving forward are pricing in quite the recovery after the end of 2025. Although they are pricing in less of a recovery in 24 than they were previously. It seems like 4460 has been a resistance right now. It is. There's a lot of puts at 4465. I don't think they've pushed them out yet, but they're trying. They're trying to push them out. They may try to push them out a little harder right now. So we're just waiting for the market to pick a direction for now. I mean, I think that direction's going to be up, but yes. We can still get rejected off 4465 or 4475. It may take most of the day for us, or all of the day, for us to even regain those levels, right? But the longer we stay here, the more out of the money put positioning is going to weaken. I'm in Wisconsin. I just got my house reassessed. A legit doubled and assessed value for tax purposes. Insane. Well, that'll create some wealth destruction. I think Tesla internal accounting counts used in new sales is the same. So I have no idea what their new unit sales is. Fair. Well, I mean, you can get some idea if there's a backlog and the production isn't meeting it, but otherwise, yeah, it seems like it'd be kind of difficult. The only argument for housing prices not going down from my friends is no supply. When will assets lose their value? When is something going to give? I mean, we're probably not going to see significant reduction in housing prices until maybe middle of like next year, beginning to middle of next year. If we get like I mean, we're kind of getting a slump right now. It's starting, but it's not accelerating very fast. If the Fed continues to raise rates over the next two meetings, that may pick up a little bit of speed into the beginning of next year, but it does take quite some time, generally speaking, for the housing market to feel the effects of that. And yes, supply is still low, and that'll continue to be a problem until unemployment goes up. Thank you. I realize now that I've been fixated on the September one for weeks now. No problem. Fubo getting hammered. When's synth long again? I don't know. I might start entering some under $2. Don't forget, if there's like a market correction, like illiquid meme stocks are gonna get fucking hammered the hardest. So keep that in mind, especially as we hover over a potential one. If you get stopped out of one side of your straddle and it continues to trade in this range, where your long side isn't green, would you hedge with a short 0 DTE? Yeah, absolutely would. Someone earlier mentioned the offer on US Steel was from Elon trying to take the X ticker. It's so dumb that it actually makes sense. I mean, there's nothing to confirm that there was an unsolicited offer by Elon. 2 years, Pickle Man, still bullish, still a cat. I appreciate you, man. Thanks, bullish cat. I appreciate it, dude. Thanks, Joe. The housing market is so tight. In any high demand area, houses in my neighborhood only have 4 have come on the market this year are selling for 100K over. Wait, didn't you just move there? So you bought one of them for 100K over market value. I remember this whole saga. Yeah, I bought one of the 4. I only paid 50K over. Well, good job. Unemployment will eventually go up, right? The lagging effects of the Fed rate policy will eventually be realized, and when it does, housing inventory will open up a bit, and if we hit a recession, we'll probably see some attempt at government subsidization to intervene in a deepening, like to prevent a deepening recession. And if that's the case, I would expect housing will be one of the focuses of that subsidization, given that they've already covered infrastructure and a little bit of energy. U.S. homelessness rising at record rates. Wall Street Journal analysis shows. Yeah, okay. We got lucky. We were the 3rd highest bid, and the first 2 fell through, so they came to us. Check DMs. What do you got? Futures is testing 4480, by the way, guys. Home price up 50% year over year. Property taxes up 75%. Well, that was inevitable, right? You see GME still going lower? Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, we're below DN. There's really nothing to stop the price from falling. Millennials will be the first generation buying travel trailers with housing being so unaffordable. They've been doing that for 2 years now. 3 years. Just listed my house, trying to offload my bags onto somebody else before ouchie downtowns. NVIDIA and GME are trying to escape your view. Oh, sorry, I'm got my other charts open. NVIDIA is getting close to the 4222 mark. So this is where we want to look for distribution around like 420. If it continues to break up and the short calls being sold right now get squeezed out, it can move up to like 435. If it gets rejected, that's where you'd want to start looking for that short opportunity. I think I outlined it pretty well in the DD, but if anyone's still confused on it. When can I sell a CC on my house? That's called renting. I just got an ad today for a couple who claim to have made a buttload of money off flipping houses. I was meet Kevin out of the sandwich business. If we had entered NVIDIA at the bottom, we would have actually MOASed. I mean, you could have entered like a straddle at 413. Under 413, there was still just a risk of it getting rejected. I talked about it 20 minutes ago. So these people need to read some Steinbeck. People living in the back of their pickups, traveling the country for work. This is peak 1930s. You don't want to be a vacuum cleaner salesman? Think of all the lonely housewives. My grandma saw she had a bunch of NVIDIA and was like, should I have this? And I said, well, I'd sell half. Before earnings? Really? NVIDIA's got a potential $4 billion worth of incoming sales that are probably going to be blocked by the... What the fuck is the name of that agency? The US, God damn it. They're the ones in charge of keeping the AI chips out of China. Commerce, thank you. The Commerce Department. But that's not going to stop NVIDIA from reporting those sales on their earnings call. Not USDA. No, I think customs would be in charge of enforcing the embargo. I'm on vacation this week, so won't be able to manage my account as consistently. How dumb is 30 DTE straddle for SLD? I'll probably be able to check my account a couple times a day. You could. If you can check it a couple times a day, maybe use like maybe just do like a big fat condor or something. So you don't have to worry about theta burn so much. Too busy at work. I kept my stops too tight and stopped out of my call leg. Now I need downs. We might reject on 4475 or here at 4470. Let me take a look. See if I can get some idea. I don't know, this actually looks kind of bullish. We might get a rejection back to like 65 here. Briefly. Maybe like a little bit of profit taking. But if it keeps breaking up, you're gonna have to wait for like 44.75, maybe even higher. I read that the A800 complies with export laws. It complied with the prior set of export laws, but they're trying to crack down on it because the design of the chip inherently undermines the purpose of the ban. Every close, I'm just buying far out of the money puts and calls. Yeah, they fail most of the time, but I'm sure I'll win the lottery one day. Fair enough. NVIDIA about to test 422. I know. Jimmy, OPEX this month? Maybe. I'd still want to see the borrow rate start going up, which it hasn't done. Let's see how low we end up this week. Is NVDS decent if NVIDIA stops going up? As in, is the potential downside even worth it? It's probably better just to have puts on NVIDIA. Dixie Downs? A little bit. Still up quite a lot, though. Greg, you really did call this a Monday pump. Let's fucking go. I hope it runs all the way to 4,500. I hope it runs all the way to 4,550. Just checking in. Did you say you were waiting for NVIDIA 430? No, I'm waiting for NVIDIA 422 to look like it's distributing and fail. And then if I see it fail, I'll probably enter like 420, 415 puts. Maybe 410, but probably 420, 415. If it starts to break up above 23, I'm just gonna buy at the money calls. Because if they're gonna like if it pushes up, it'll squeeze out 430 and 425 calls that are being sold right now. So yeah, we're looking for a breakdown here. Probably back to the 420 level, and then that could be a confirmation. The risk would be set at like 421. But so far it hasn't broken down meaningfully. And if the market keeps pumping, Nvidia's probably going to as well. I'll be the first to say this. Is this a NOPEX? Not yet, because that part hasn't happened. Chances of Jimmy finishing at 1999 this Friday? I have no idea, man. I mean, below 20, call interest will probably accumulate at 20. Gurk, is Dork 30, flirty, and thriving? No comment. Be the degen you know you want. NVIDIA 500C. Be the change you want in the world. Nah, I'll just stay at the money. Thanks, though. Am I still on trade restrictions? Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I fucking... This account's locked till tomorrow. But Gork, those puts are 2K a pop. For weeklies? No, they're not. They're like $800. Those are about 2K. I mean, you could sell one, right? Like you could buy a 420, sell a 400, then it's only $1,000. I don't plague me with your poor problems. Compelling rebuttal. No problem. All right, so a little bit of rejection. I think we could test as low as 44.65 here. And then I would look for a turnaround. Probably still not a great time to enter NVIDIA, by the way, for all of you chomping at the bit to do that. If the market looks like it's going to continue up, assume that NVIDIA is going to follow suit. So narrow the range, right? Like, yeah, you have to reduce profitability, but it's not like you can't get exposure. I mean, you could fucking open a 420 and sell a 417.50, and it's $130 per leg, right? So, and each of those legs offers an additional 100 and like what 110% profit on risk. I don't get the issue. If Nvidia were to drop to 415, you would then be able to close those profitably without taking on a lot of capital exposure. Not everything has to be a full port YOLO. Sometimes you just want to make some money, you know, for lunch, bills. That's horseshit, poopy pants. I played debit spreads on Netflix last week that were like $200 each, and they 3 and 4x'd. Don't. The price of the underlying is irrelevant. Think about it this way. If I open 10x 420 417.50 debit spreads, right, at $1.30 each, total allocation is 1,300 with a potential profit of 2,500, right? Or I could open one 420 for 2,400. But if it only falls to 417, I'll have made $100. So in this scenario, this is the more advantageous of the two positions, right? I'm not going to enter either one because I think NVIDIA is going to keep going up, but I should be clear on that. Can I get my allowance? That's not a thing. They aren't getting a lot of traction with this VIX shorting. Seems like they're pretty successful so far. VIX is down 4.2% since open. I don't know, Greg. I'm buying NVIDIA $500 weekly calls. I'll see you later at the yacht club. Let's be honest, if you don't have minimum 10K, half port YOLO? No. 10% of portfolio YOLO? If we break 44.75, what's the next resistance? 44.80? And then 90. People are asking are infidelity and can't manage the way you were describing without 25K plus in the account anyway, though. Wait, what do you mean? Why not? You can open fucking debit spreads. Do you need $25,000 to open fucking debit spreads on Fidelity? There's no margin requirement on a debit spread. Why would they be diagonal? They're you don't need to just a debit spread. You don't need no. You don't need to do anything fancy. Fidelity requires 10K for spreads, at least credit. Credit spreads I could see, but that's because there's a margin requirement for them. Get a fucking better broker. I don't know what to tell you. Why is everyone trying to trade spreads in Fidelity? You can barely access the fucking options chain. Peeber, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. The max loss is this is the upfront cost. It's a fucking debit spread. It's whatever whatever premium difference there is between the sold and the bought option. It takes 5 seconds to open a brokerage account. It's not like a complicated process. Yeah, there's no cost. It's you just open it and then transfer money in. And people are so resistant to doing it. I truly wonder why. What's the fear? Loyalty to boomer aesthetics. Like, why not just have like 60 different accounts? You really want to dodge PDT? Open 5 different margin accounts with 5 different brokers. Trade each one until you run out of day trades and then move to the next one, right? Then you always have an account with open day trades. Although, at that point, you already have $25,000, so maybe it's stupid. Well, no. You could technically do that with 10 grand. Because you only need 2 grand for the FINRA regulations. Right? Yeah, I think you only need 2 grand. Transferring money is a complicated part? No, it's easy. That part's easy as fuck. Is Trash actually Todd? I noticed he didn't like the idea of making stream cards that make fun of Todd. Well, in that instance, I'd made Todd the dead Goldman Sachs employee. And Trash, unlike the rest of us, may not be bereft of a conscience yet. Give me time, I'll get there. I've been switching back and forth between margin and cash on my option scalping account on Robinhood for 6 months. When I need margin, or my cash. I pay a $5 gold fee. Nice. Well, no. So if you have, I'm pretty sure this is correct. Although I'm not 100% sure. If you have $10,000 instead of $25,000, you can open up 5 separate margin accounts and put $2,000 in each one. And that gives you 25 day trades every 5 business days. It sounds like a lot of tabs open. Yeah. Yeah. You know, you rip on Canada a lot, fairly so, but we don't deal with this day trade bullshit. Yeah, I know. You still have to convert your money to dollars, though. Juggling 5 accounts and platforms might be a bit extra while you're working your day job. Just don't juggle them. Just use one each day. Use a different one each day, right? Then there's no juggling involved. Or just construct Franken spreads on SPX and cash settle for the profit on the daily. I'm going to reiterate that that is not a good use of capital, nor is it an efficient way of taking profits. Dear Gurk, will I get my call entry at 4465.50? I yeah, didn't I just say that we could fall to 44? What are we at? I thought we just went over this. Yeah, 4465 still possible. Maybe you get it, I don't know, the next like 15 minutes or so. Quite a lot of call buying going on though. Huh. Let me see something. A little bit of a push there. Yeah. So if we get above 4475, they should be able to drop VIX a little bit faster. Call interest is picking up. It's quite strong at 4480 and increasing at 4490. So they're definitely trying to pump. But yeah, I think we could still test 65, maybe. Maybe not. Hmm. Is this gonna reject again? Or does it keep moving up? So 65 tests, I think, will depend on what we get right here. There's a lot of call interest coming in right now, so what did we get down to? We got down to like 4467. Was that not good enough? Yeah, I mean, you better hope it rejects here. Otherwise, if it breaks up through 4475, we're definitely going to 4480. Is this a good Fubo buy-in price? Probably not. Could it get below 2? Probably. I'm considering selling CSPs. Alright. You have to explain these strategies very slowly to us, because we're all idiots who first imagined flipping through 5 tabs. Alright, Gork. When do we break up? Also, when do we break down? Also, which 0 DTE should I buy? And when should I close them? You may have missed the 0 DTE buying opportunity for now. Although, I might be picking up like 4480, 4500 spreads here in a second. Kind of want to see if this rejects at 75 first. TDA Auto Exercise sold some of the calls I bought. There were 11 cents in the money, which flagged me for PDT. Already used my one-time reset. Only way to get back into spreads is a new brokerage. Which is your favorite for under 5K? Have you burned IBKR yet? I'm trying to regain confidence this week, so playing SPY 1DTE instead of SPX. Sold 80%, 445C, 1 DTE for about 20%. Holding the last at BE to find out. Small wins this week to get back in it. Okay, fair enough. I sold 80%, 45, 445C. Wait, so you sold a 445? So you're underwater? I know what break even is. Yeah, I figured. Sold 80% of contracts. Oh, okay. I get it. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Just use a stop rather than a trailing stop. Same like risk management. Yep, I got it, Pete. So you left 20% as runners, right? That seems fine. Let's say we break 4480. What's our likely upper limit today? Upper limit? I don't know if there is one. We could definitely move up above 4510. Maybe 4520. IBKR counts every spread you open as a round trip. Sell to open is considered a sell, buy to open a buy. Not very friendly to doing spreads under 25K. I didn't know that. Really? But they're open in the same order. Are, are you placing your are you entering your spreads separately? Like are you placing them at the same time? Tastyworks is okay, yeah. Tastyworks used to be pretty degenerate with their margin too. I just looked in SCX 440 4475C for another 250. Nice, man. Alright, I'm gonna roll up these debit spreads. Uh, half of them? Close half? Yeah. Do you think SLD can bring us down around where we are now, even if we pump to 45.25? I think if we get above 4,500 or 4,550 even, that longs are going to use that opportunity to take, like, pull back their Vega risk. So I think we'd pull back pretty rapidly if we test those levels. I don't think we're going to see a lot of accumulation of long interest out of the money. Um, right now, positioning of the upside is very weak. Like long dated positioning to the upside. At the same time, I called and asked them, and they confirmed that's how they do it. You're only locked out for 94 days, though. After that, you can go margin and do spreads again. Huh. That's fucking strange. Yeah, no problem, Andre. Robinhood does CFD, so each spread is one trade. Okay, well then, I mean, WeBull doesn't, as far as I know, doesn't do that. It doesn't count opening a spread as a day trade. Closing one is, but opening one isn't. I don't really have any experience with PDT on other platforms though, so I might not be the best person to ask. I'm doing what the professionals called sculping. I believe in the original Latin. So you can't read, but now you speak Latin. It's sus. I got a free ride violation in Fidelity because I traded and transferred unsettled cash out of the account. Why didn't you wait for the cash to settle? I mean, on an option, it's only T plus one. E pluribus regardus. It was stock, and I was a bit excited. Okay, well, don't don't do that next time. They wouldn't let it go. Did you call them? Usually, you can talk your way out of one of those. You gotta flirt a little, but you can get out of it. I called and they said kick rocks. Probably poor. Just have 25,000 and then you can trade all day, right? That seems like the easiest solution. I will say Fidelity does an absolutely awful job of displaying your margin accurately. And most brokers do a pretty awful job of that, but it doesn't take a lot of calculation to figure it out yourself. Is this a good spot to get the 420p on Nvidia? No, Nvidia broke higher. That would have been a good spot to buy a call at the money on it, though. I will reiterate that if Nvidia starts to break higher, it will start to pressure. Okay, so what do you? Yeah, I mean, it'll start to pressure the calls that were just sold, right? At like 425 and 430. So if the market keeps moving up, it's gonna squeeze those calls out, and Nvidia will drive up to like 435, 440. When you do intraday 0 DTE straddle strangle, do you generally add to the winning leg as it moves? Yeah. If I think there's range for it to move, I'll add. That's the best time to leverage up a position is when it's already confirmed, right? But with Fidelity, they restrict you from making trades incorrectly. You don't have enough margin, blah blah blah, but you do. Oh, I see. So don't use Fidelity. I mean that's really what I've gotten out of all of these conversations about people using Fidelity to trade options on margin, is that they suck. So take 5 minutes of your time and open a different brokerage account to trade spreads on. Right? Like it's the solution is extremely simple. The complaining about it seems really complicated. Can you explain why you said you will trade SCX 1 DTE instead of 0 DTE today? In case they fail to get higher than 4480, I want to hold exposure overnight to the upside. Just for research purposes, could now be a good opportunity to sell weekly Fubo CSP at 250 to hold the CSP until Wednesday, and then close it out for a potential bounce back profit. Nope, that seems like a good way to buy Fubo at 250 minus premium. I have no issues trading spreads on Fidelity. It's called not being poor. Yeah, I mean Fidelity has never been kind to the poors. I don't understand all the fuss. ComputerShare doesn't even let me do covered calls or margarine. Let's say they fail to get 4480 here. Does this reject hard? Hmm. It could I don't know about hard, but we could slip back to like 4470 on a rejection because there's still a lot of puts at 4475. I don't think it's going to fail. It still looks pretty strong, but that would be where we would expect to fall. Like 4475, 4470. You know what that sweet $200 referral bonus from IBKR? I didn't even know they had that. No, I don't care. Hey, I ought to call and put a stop to lock in profits. Girk, thanks for teaching me about risk management. I'll get spreads one of these days. They're pretty simple. You have a bought contract and a sold contract. Well, these are vertical. There's other kinds of spreads, but vertical spreads are easy. So you buy one, sell another. The risk is the difference between the spreads on credit. Difference minus premium on debit. Your total risk is your cost. And that's it. So on a credit spread, for the bull side, you're betting that, or on bull puts, you're betting that the stock trades flat or up. On bear call, you're betting that the stock trades flat or down. On bear put, which is these are credit, debit, you're betting that the stock goes down, and on bull call, you're betting that the stock goes up. That's it. On credits, you know, the spread reduces risk. On debit, it reduces cost, which is, you know, the same as risk, but easier to remember that way. What happens if the stock closes between the sold call and the bought call? That's called pin risk. Does your brokerage exercise both and deduct from you the difference? They should. They don't always. And you can get fucked. It's better to sell credit spreads on cash settled instruments than it is on an instrument where you could have pin risk because of that. But generally speaking, yeah, one would just exercise the other. But you can take on some additional losses. So if you have a spread that's moving into close and the short leg of the spread is in the money, it can be best to close that before end of day. And then additionally, you don't take on any after hours risk, which could exist. Why could the Bulls pump this morning, but not Friday? More capitulation, and also they got a little bit lower volume environment this morning. So that helps a bit. The Bulls need to leverage put capitulation to dig themselves out of their hole, right? And since we opened here with, you know, 44.55 through 44.75 puts in the money, capitulation was, you know, more significant in regards to the market maker's delta hedge, right? So anybody that took profits, which they're encouraged to do, obviously, loosened up the ability for bulls to buy calls out of the money and push prices higher. Yeah, there's no early assignment risk on European style options. SPX can't be cash settled early. Feels like we need to pull back at some point, right? Do we? There was a chance there on a rejection, but now that chance is getting slimmer. Maybe at 44.90. We probably won't stop going up until some calls take profits. Ooh. Hmm. Still too early for that, but neat. Remember when you couldn't get assigned on the Amazon options? Yes. Maybe MMs knew it was overvalued at the time. No, they just kept expiring out of the money when I sold them in the money. Eventually they closed in the money, and then I got assigned on most of them. Although I didn't get assigned all of them the first time, which was odd. But I don't think that had anything to do with the market maker thinking it was overvalued. I think it just had to do with like a lot of retail speculation and people putting in like do not exercise orders. Can they close their sold puts with lots of Vega risk too? You want to rephrase that? Because that makes. They're going for a 4,500 in one trading day. They aren't fucking around. Well, they don't have a lot of time, right? So the sooner they get the price up where they need it, the better. I got a video at 423. I'll set a stop loss and get any profit from here onwards. If I Carl, you said it could go up to 435. That'll depend on how much sold calls are pressured, right? So every like 250 and $5 level it rises, it's going to force sold calls to roll up. And as those sold calls roll up, it gets a little bit more range, right? But if you're that profitable, if you got in at the test of 423, you probably want to at least have like a slight out of the money stop. I made another quick 100, puts my total at 550 for the day. Not trying to go for home runs anymore. This feels funny. Are you feeling alright, Popcorn Trader? What happened? Is this is this the dad thing? Is this because of your hormones? On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident were you in today pumping this much and potentially more? I'm definitely going to set a benchmark of confidence here for future reference. I was pretty confident that they needed to pump it. In order for SPX to drop, you said they can sell calls and take profit. Can they also rescue close out their sold puts? Yes, but they have sold puts that are not yet in the money that they need to close. So I don't think we're gonna see them pulling back their Vega risk until we're over at least 4,500, right? Maybe even higher. There's still a lot of strikes out of the money that have a lot of Vega risk that has not been pulled back yet. I don't know, man. I have no idea. My DGen 4500 4420 straddle is actually up 50%. I'm gonna let it ride. Don't care for the current gain. Okay, fair. Popcorn getting low T pegged to the yen. What? I don't know. Every time JPY moves up, market moves down. Seems to be causing a problem with their margarine. Yeah, I think so. Second trimester hormones are right on track. He's nesting. Actually withdrew money from my brokerage. I haven't done that in months. Well, I thought that was more of an issue of profitability than anything else. Have you ever pulled back your Vega risk so hard something snapped? No. Hmm. Okay, there was like one time on GME. where I had a lot of like synthetic longs, and I closed the short puts, and it dropped like 30 cents, and I got hit with like 5 grand in slippage. But outside of that, now, not on like an index or anything. But you can take money out of your brokerage, yeah. Were they synthetic L or XL? Hmm. How do you feel about bear call ladder, bull put ladders to capture significant moves? They're fine, but I like ratio spreads better. Generally, there's some occasions where I'll use a ladder, but rarely, and or I'll just ladder a ratio spread if I think we're gonna get like a 1% day or something. Any chance we drop to 44.75? Yeah. No, 44.75 and 70 are still on the table here. There's still open puts at those levels. Someone has to be taking money out of my brokerage because the number only goes down until I put more money in myself. Are you in spreads now? Yeah, I have call spreads. I haven't entered any put spreads yet, but I'm probably going to before the end of today. I have call debit spreads. 4460 to 80, and now I have 80 to 4500, both 1 DTE. Everything on my watch list is red, yet SPX is rocketing. You have a weird watch list? I don't know. Nvidia's up 5%. Netflix is up 1%. Uh, Meta's up. Microsoft is up. Apple's up. Amazon, Google, AMD. Yeah, most things are up pretty much across the board. I guess if your watch list is all Dow and Russell 2K, then maybe it's not doing so hot. Time for SPX puts. I mean, I'm probably not going to enter any puts here. Mix is turning up a little bit. No, I probably won't. I know we can move back to like 44.75, but I don't think it's really worth capturing right now. Especially if like Ivy's just gonna get crushed when we bottom. Method. Oh, dude. Welcome to Pigeon Whale. Thank you so much, man. Guys, there's another one. Receive him into your loving arms. Show him his place upon the perch. Welcome to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals. Remember that Pigeon Whale is blood in and blood out. And thank you. Straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. That's my watch list. Lots of consumer stuff and big oil. Yeah, those aren't doing so hot today. Make sure you get the hat. Don't let them bullshit you otherwise. Wait, you guys got a hat? No one got a hat. You need relax. All right. 261, a decent Fubo cost basis. It's okay. It's a little on the higher side, but depends when you entered, I guess. Long term, it's probably all right, but I mean, I'd try to get it down if I could. Don't feel too bad. Mine's at like 216 or 218, something like that. Took some profit on Nvidia Jan puts, 25% gains. Nice. Bought more theta than I needed, but made me feel safer and manage my risk. I'll look for another entry in the next week. Yeah, I'd maybe wait till after earnings. I took some profits on my like nearer the money puts on the drop. But I still have a bunch of bags in September and January that need quite a bit more downside. I got a hat. He sells them in the merch store. Shut up, trash. Wouldn't J&J entry? I bought into some this morning. Pretty much right away. I don't know, like 5 minutes after market open. But any time over the next few days. They have a 15 minutes expiration hat to wear when the VWAP hats are being dry cleaned and pressed. What? No, I didn't send anybody any hats. If you saw people wearing a VWAP hat in the streets, would you run in the other direction? Yes. How do you feel about Upstart going forward? Now that the price is kind of stabilized, with Nvidia moving up, I think it's got a good chance of a bounce. I mentioned that in this morning's DD. If you go look, if bots gets pressured again, I think there's a good chance that we see a little bit of like shorter dated put capitulation around this level. I think it's got range up to about 40. Are you bullish on J&J? No, I wrote the DD. Did you read the DD? I wrote the DD. I wrote like a whole thing. It was extremely compelling. I'm a 3 to 6 month time frame. I think the headwinds on Upstart are pretty shitty. I expect that the bear case is fully in effect right now, and it'll probably see lower prices over the next 3 to 6 months. In the short term, though, possible bounce. Possible they run SPX up today to save their short puts, and then closing them crashes us back down fast before end of day, or does it take longer to do all that? Hence the 1 DTEs. Well, I got the 1 DTEs because I think they need to drive it a lot higher than 4480 to get their short puts out from underwater. They have short puts that are still underwater at 4480, right? They have exposure at 4490, 4500, 4510, 4525, and 4550. So I think they'll try to get as many of those in the money before they start pulling back that risk as possible. I re-entered. Thanks, Mr. Gray Pubes. I re-entered Baba puts last week, so some more theta after the pickles picks. I sold today for 65% gained. Oh shit! I need to check those. Yeah, it still hasn't hit my price target, so I'm gonna just sit on it, I guess. I am up though, so that's cool. Yeah, China's not looking so hot this week. They've got some more economic data coming out in the middle of this week too. That's probably not going to be super bullish either. I was like below 15. Here's the thing I've noticed about Upstart is everyone seems to be chomping at the bit to buy back into it. It can go down a lot more. Arguably, conditions are now worse for it than the last time it traded at $12. So, you know, I can understand DCAing, but I wouldn't rush to full port Upstart the second it dips below 30. Where's the KVU J&J deal set to expire? Didn't I put that in the DD? I think I wrote it in the DD. Averaging periods between today and Wednesday. I believe the finalization for shareholders is on the 18th, and then shares can't be distributed for 180 days. When are used prices, car prices, going to settle down? They have been a little bit. I mean, it's still a volatile data point, but they have been, like, the overall trend is they are declining. As loan demand reduces and people are unwilling to take $1,000 payment a month on a used car, it'll get better. Inventories are growing, so I mean they are distinctly cheaper than they were last year. They will continue to get cheaper. Especially as inventories continue to expand. You should make dab caps with a small pigeon whale, like the one of the Discord, and make it $100 or one free one with a pigeon whale membership. I feel like this is all the merch we need. So I should scrap the idea of making a pigeon whale yachting attire. I was gonna come out with a full line of like New England chic. Just get rid of that. Like polos with the little pigeon whale. Maybe some boating shoes, khaki shorts. Dad caps, obviously. Golfing shirts. Like Vineyard Vines, but pickled theme? Exactly. Jesus fucking Christ, does no one read? I don't think anybody really reads the DD. Or they give it a cursory glance and they're like, I don't get that. I'm going to ask Gert. That might actually be more common. If Upstart goes down a lot, could it stay down for a long time? Yes. Is there potential for more volatility moves? Well, it's still a liquid as fuck, so yeah. Did you? I mean, the offer's probably already maxed out, right? So if you're buying J&J shares right now, there's no guarantee that you're going to receive KView shares. I feel like Vineyard Vines would definitely sue you for that. Nah. Different logo, man. But I don't know what you're talking about. Are boating shoes just Crocs? No. No. I got a decent deal on 2022 Honda on Friday with 1,900 miles. Bought with cash. There's deals on used cars now since no one wants a used car loan rate. Yep. If I knew how to read, I'd definitely read the Pickles picks. They would definitely file a trademark claim. It's a totally different logo. What, they don't own polo shirts. Also, their whale is stupid and is de facto not a pigeon whale. I'd fight it. They might have more money than me, but thanks, Spider-Man. Parody law would protect you. Monocle for affluent pigeon whales. Is the expectation right now at least a test of 4,500? I think that's what they're aiming for at a minimum, yeah. I'm thinking of diversifying with some gold exposure. Oh, really? What are your thoughts about short to medium term outlook? Looking for a good time to enter. I think there's some significant currency risks in the market currently, and there could definitely be some opportunities in purchasing physical gold or just speculating on gold. Because I have a different opinion about owning physical gold. You don't need heavier bags. Silver would probably be a better option if that's the route you're trying to go. But if you're just speculating on gold, I think there's enough currency risk right now that there's a very high likelihood that gold sees an all-time high in the next like 6 to 12 months. 3 to 6 might not be long enough. Could you make a video about how to chew out car salesmen to not pay a penny over MSRP? Or you just have to find a dealership that wants to move inventory. It's not that hard. Might not be the first one you go to, but one of them will be willing to make a deal. Cardano greater than silver, greater than gold. Silver has the added benefit of being like an industrial metal, so that's no problem. GFount. Not only am I regarded, I have some gold exposure. I've been accumulating a little bit of it over the last couple months. No, not full port GLD weeklies. Like very small percentage of port GLD leaps. Make sure you point out that you're purchasing a depreciating asset. I like that line. I mean, it is, right? It's a depreciating asset with maintenance costs, which is even worse. The value of the yen to the dollar, would it be a great time to visit Japan with the exchange rate? Do you know of a way to buy currency to be used at a later date for something like travel? Yeah, you can just convert to currency now, right? And then if the yen goes up, it'll have more buying power when you use it, right? So you probably want like a physical currency exchange. They usually have them at like international airports and shit. Sometimes your bank will do it. It takes like 15 to 30 days or something. You're gonna have a hard time doing it without incurring some kind of fee, but yeah, it's in the members Discord. Bearish on Apple. When they hand you your first offer, ignore it. Seems disinterested. When they hand you the second, just get up and start walking to the door. They'll give you the best offer then. That's such a dramatic approach. Just know the value of what you're buying and don't offer more than that. It's very simple. Do your research, go in there prepared, and then just tell them I will buy this for this price. and not a penny more. And if they refuse you, go to a different dealership. If you can get 24 karat gold for 1K an ounce, you mean like half market value? Yeah, of course that'd be a great deal. But unless you're like smelting gold that you collect from your like chain of pawn shops, you're not gonna get gold for a 1,000 a troy ounce. You buying the shit on Craigslist? My wife spent 2 years in the Middle East for work. I watched her make a car salesman stutter. Offered 4K under MSRP and a 1.9 interest rate, 2019. She walked away. Guy called back with 6K off. And usually on new cars, there's a lot less wiggle room. Used cars, you can usually get a better deal on because the dealer has more of a like front end profit priced in. So like when you go to trade in your car, you're getting like 70-60% of its market value, and then when the dealer goes and sells that car, they're selling it like above book value, right? And so all of that extra profit is wiggle room for the dealership. And depending on like what type of revolving credit line they use to finance their inventory, some dealerships need to maintain a very high rate of turnover, otherwise they start to accrue very significant interest payments on their inventory. And so, if you can find a dealership that needs to maintain that high rate of turnover, generally ones with larger inventories, you can get them to shave off a significant amount of their front end profits. That's a little harder on new cars because the spread of profitability is significantly reduced. Like there's only about like 6 to 7% profit on a new vehicle, whereas like a used vehicle, they could have like a 30-40% profit margin. Neither the Treasury doing tightening, thinking liquidity has remained so abundant that even the resolution of the debt ceiling and ensuing TGA refill failed to subdue risk asset prices. Is the Treasury doing tightening? No, a little, but no. The initial effect tightens. The after effect of increasing their deposits with the Fed theoretically would loosen financial conditions. Lots of tired hardline trips about car buying. I played hard to get once and left, and they just said bye. That can happen too. Like I said, it really depends on the dealer's credit situation. Bearish on Apple. Welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord if you can't figure out how to link the accounts, and I'll send you the information after the stream. I appreciate it, man. I demand wholesale price and not a penny more. Fuck your margins. I mean, if you can find like, what's that job called? You can sometimes find guys with like independent guys with like a dealer license that can get you cars at wholesale prices or auction wholesale if you know one. And they'll usually charge you like some kind of fee, but like they're kind of like brokers. They probably call themselves brokers. You can use limit orders at car dealerships too. The best place to get gold is the cemetery in the nice part of town. No, but my dad's in the jewelry business, so I do know that market well. Okay, yeah. I mean, he might be able to get like wholesale prices on gold, or he's got people selling gold to him at a discount to market price. But like you're not just gonna go buy gold at a 50% discount. TGA refill was all short dated, so they just moved money from RRP to TGA. Longer dated treasuries are being sold now, which should reduce liquidity more in other areas. Yeah, there's some demand on the 10-year, although the last couple auctions didn't see very significant demand on the 20 or 30. I think people still want yields to be higher, or confirmation that the Fed's gonna cut, right? And then we could see a big drawdown in liquidity. Man, you guys sure do buy cars when your current one isn't broken down. Yeah. I'm usually not in a position to negotiate so hard. Then just buy your cars off Craigslist and, learn to check for basic mechanical defects because you'll get a better deal there than you will at any dealership. Could you buy some futures contracts, please? Give me a good push to 44.90. No. Lachine Jeweler in Bahrain is our gold guy. Great prices, does custom artisan work. You should see my wedding ring. Neat. Do you think the momentum is stalled to the point where the top is in for the day? Not necessarily. We'll probably see a reaccumulation of call interest here above 44.75, and then more pushing into the latter half of the day. Bilbo Bagholder, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. How's Siri liquidity looking? Getting kind of tight, actually. It doesn't look great, but it's tightening. It's been continuing to tighten, despite the price really not going anywhere. Which probably means that the shorts are still exiting, just in a far more orderly fashion. And if that's the case, once they're out, it could run again. I know GM just announced that they're not including Android Auto or Apple fucking iCar, whatever it's called, in their models moving forward, and that could open up some market share for Sirius, even though they're already, I think, in those cars. Especially if they move forward with more focus on their streaming app. I don't really care about the long term prospects of Sirius though. And if I did, I wouldn't be buying their stock. I'd be buying the voting rights, which is the LX whatever ownership. Liberty Media's. Should also be the second owner when buying a used car. Well, ideally. Also with Craigslist, you get the added bonus of possibly being stabbed. Stab them right back. That's the beauty of a knife fight, is nobody wins. Are you hoping to sell PTRA before delisting or holding into OTC? I think they delist Wednesday. We'll see what happens. I heard Paperhand Portnoy bought into Siri. I kind of want to get out now. He did like 300,000 shares or something. It's not very much. By the previous year of car, when the new year is just coming out, they have to get that inventory out quick. Also, go to volume-based stores rather than high-end ones. You'll get better prices. Sometimes the high-end ones have worse credit facilities. Actually, um, like a couple years ago, I got my Beamer for my old Beamer. I guess it was more than a couple years ago. It was like 5 years ago. I got it for like 20% off MSRP. Because it was like a 2019 model instead of a 2020. And then when I traded it in, I got almost what I paid for it. Are you into cars? Not really. I grew up around a lot of them, but I'm not into them. I usually bring several hand grenades to my Craigslist deals. I flash them for my trench coat to let the buyer or seller know that I mean business. It wasn't white, it was graphite. No, it wasn't an M5. It was a 335. I did have an M3 once, but it was like an old one. That was a cool car. Like a E36. They're worth as much as the new ones. Yeah. I've noticed Toyota's running a lot more specials now compared to a few months ago. Sign of new car issues coming up. Yeah, I mean it's also a sign of like current lending disincentivizing the purchase of depreciating assets, right? Oh, and never buy a Lexus. It's just a Toyota with a cooler name. I just bought a Lexus like not that long ago for my mom. I'm never buying a fucking Range Rover. Pieces of shit. Just get her a Toyota. It's not as nice. It doesn't have as many interior features. Lexuses are fine, and they retain their value. But like, if I'm gonna buy a used car, Lexus is or a luxury car. Lexus is definitely top of that list. And yes, I'm well aware that they're just Toyotas, but they're nicer Toyotas. Some Toyotas are actually BMWs. Do you and Mork go around New York City blasting Katy Perry in the convertible Beamer? I got rid of the convertible Beamer years ago. I broke an M3 once. My second job ever when I was 16, making minimum wage, $5 an hour, delivering BMWs that their owners had serviced. My friend and I would race and fuck them up daily. I would probably buy a Kia or a Hyundai over a Toyota. I mean, like, price value, they're just better. Hondas are too Spartan. Hondas, like, remind you that you're poor every day. Yeah, Toyotas are good. Nissan also makes me feel poor. I know X is up 30%. Are Mazdas still made by Ford? If you have an older one, maybe. Acuras are fancy Hondas. And they're not that fancy. The Z4 being badged as a Toyota Supra? Ah, okay. If you zoom out to the 5-minute chart, SCX very much looks like a bull flag. Not so much on the 1 minute. Yeah, I know. You can see it on the 1 minute. You just go out here, right? The only reminder is that the only problem is it's a reminder that you're middle class status, but that's why you buy nice watches that appreciate in value. Only when the economy's completely fucked and everyone has too much money. Kirk always knows how to cut me deep. I'll be crying in my Honda at lunch again. Make sure you crank down the windows. You don't want to have any kind of like heat death. For German cars, is Porsche your favorite? Yeah. I mean, they might just be my favorite car, generally speaking. You can still steal Kias with a USB charger, so you get an insurance payout in a new Kia. Who gives a fuck? I don't care if someone like were to steal my car. I don't own a Kia, but if I did, like, who cares? It's like, ah, my car got stolen, so get a new car. What are you buying, Porsche? Buying a Porsche, or do you already? I have a car. I don't know why, but I do. Just buy it back. My goal is a new Porsche 911 GT3 RS. It's a nice car. Don't kill yourself in it. If my car got stolen, my insurance would probably be 1K because fuck me sideways. That sounds about right. I mean, even when I was poor, I hoped someone would steal my car because then I could get a different, less shitty car. My weekly SCX options are worth more than my car. That's how I like to live. I won't spend $1 on physical stuff, but I'll spend all my money on SPX options. Same. I don't want this car, but I needed it. The last dealership I went to gave me the option of this Altima or the scariest sounding Toyota ever. Sounded like Hagrid if he had nightmarish explosive Rhea. Hmm. Do you still own that guy's grandma's house in Long Island? Yeah. Vixable of 14, a good time to enter long put Vega exposure. Yes. Thinking something like Jan 4000 SPX puts. Or should we be holding out for lower VIX? I mean, you could try, but I don't know how much lower than 14 it'll go. I don't think we're gonna see like sub 13 again anytime soon. Definitely not over the next couple weeks. My goal is a 1993 Eagle Talon with a bazooka base tube in the trunk. My friends used to make their cars quote disappear to get to get new cars. All right. If I'm being honest, I'd rather buy a used Corvette for cheap. I refuse to buy any American-made vehicle. Last month I got an email from WeBull saying that PDT would now be permanent. Now I get an email saying they're 10xing margin interest rates. Wall Street really wants retail to go away and stop participating. Yeah, yeah, they do. They just want them to stop buying zero DTE puts. It's become problematic. How's the cat doing? Still hiding under the couch all day? I think so. At least he hides under the couch when I'm around. I don't know what he gets up to when I'm not there. The other day he knocked over a bunch of shit and then disappeared back under the couch. Are people admitting crimes in chat again? You know how it goes. You were off by 38 cents when you called out the 44.75 retest. I'm sorry. What do you think about Fubo long play for the week? Gross. You got a cat? That's never a good idea. He was like abandoned. It wasn't like a conscious decision that I made where I was like, I'm gonna go get a cat today. It was just like he was there and hungry. I was like, fuck. I'm just kind of there and hungry. Will you adopt me too? No. Do you have any Italian tips for growing more hair? I want to maximize the amount of time I spend manscaping at work. Olive oil, sun exposure, both of those things. If you strip down to just a pair of khaki shorts and walk through fields while picking grapes, you'll definitely start growing hair on your back. Maybe exfoliate with like Mediterranean sea salt. I'm not taking my cat on the subway. Between me, Jfresh, and the new roommate, Gherkin is starting to get stretched pretty thin with his litter and cat food budget. Short shares on Upstart, but I also have 2025 calls. How to get max profit? I'm currently selling weekly calls and puts. I could also just close everything. I mean, if you're making money off of selling weekly calls and puts, awesome. I don't have any rats. Ken Griffin would have sold it to the local dive food place. This is why you won't be a billionaire. You gotta ditch those morals and see profits everywhere. Hmm. Fair enough. I can't believe you fell for the old hedgy cat plant trick. One cat turns into 12, and before you know it, you have no money left for the market. No, if he actually cost any more money than he currently does, he'd be out on his ass. And by that, I mean probably upgraded and living in my neighbor's apartment where even more money would be spent on him. But was J&J failing its current level? I don't know. I'm not watching it. Probably not. I mean, hedge funds that are picking up KView are just going to want to keep it kind of where it is right now, between 172.14 and 175.38, in order to maximize the exchange rate. Legit question: what's too much for a car in your opinion? I don't know. I could probably see spending up to like 120 grand on a car. Beyond that, I wouldn't give a shit. I wouldn't buy it unless I needed like assets to. Mm, yeah, unless I needed to like write it off, or like I needed to just spend more money to have more write-offs, I wouldn't buy anything more than that. You can depreciate cars if you own them through a corporation, right? So what you'll see like a lot of like multimillionaires that'll buy like they'll buy like ridiculous cars because they own them through like an LLC, and then they depreciate the value on them every year. Have you enjoyed the bull cope on Wall Street Bets recently? Yeah, it's not just Wall Street Bets. It's like established analysts and economists. Fuck. God damn it. Hold on. I'll be right back. Cat's probably assigned on covered calls, and now Girk has to bail him out. No, I just spilled my coffee. But thankfully I don't put milk or sugar in it, so it's basically just like brown water. Cat doesn't need a name. It's a cat. Have you tried milking your cat? Well, it's a boy. So now. If you all spend the next hour debating cat names, I'm out. Me too. Did you sell your GME shares? Unfortunately not. The name should be Psst, Psst, Psst. Have we debated something that's already been... Why would we debate something that's already been established? Do you give your cat hugs and kisses and talk to him? No, he spends 23 hours a day under my couch. It's not a debate. The cat's name is Quantosaurus Rex. Put that kitty to work. If you get the cat to hang out on the stream, your viewership will triple. That new data provider is pretty expensive, huh? How's your positioning looking midday on SPX? Bull's looking strong. Yeah, they look fine, yeah. Um I don't know if we've kind of capped out the range for today, but I could still see us moving up to 44.90, maybe even 95. I don't know if we're gonna get above 4,500 today, but I think they're gonna continue to try. If a company isn't publicly traded, how can I get 1,900 shares after my first year? I was told by a friend not to leave until you can get some shares in a private company. I mean, it would be like private equity. You would own a portion of the private company. I mean, like, is it like an S corp or something? When you do decide to sell off your GME shares, can you do it by buying a ton of weekly puts to get a nice screenshot to make SS mad, then exercise the puts? It's also better for the stream if the cat you milk is male. So this just turns into a cat milking stream. Vis-a-vis my failure to weigh pizza dough, I thought you'd like to know that I'm pouring hot water over an indeterminate weight of coffee instead of using the espresso machine right next to me. You bastard. I don't love when the viewership triples. You get flat earthers and SSers in here arguing everything. Yeah, I don't like people either. I'm just kidding. Don't stoop down to Andrew Mo's level. Why is Jayfresh not allowed to come to your apartment and hide under your couch? He can do whatever he want. Any major resistance on SPX above us, 4,500. I don't think 4,490 is going to prove to be a very strong resistance. Although there's not a lot of interest in the 4,485 strike, I think they'll be able to overcome that soon. Well, DM for more details. Can you answer whenever you get a chance? Yeah, no problem. Do you think less of me that I make instant coffee? I mean, you didn't have to tell me. Don't listen to JFresh. That will get you arrested. The recession is coming. You need to diversify your audience. And since half of us will be full porting into bread and gruel line, that's fine. I have other things I can do. I don't understand why you don't name the cat Freg. Well, Freg's a frog, so that'd be dishonoring his memory. Can you explain to us the correlation between bots and Upstart? Yeah. Bots is like Upstart's largest secondary source of liquidity. And when positioning in bots is skewed bullish, it dries up the liquidity and makes it difficult to get short liquidity in order to keep Upstart's price contained. Without sufficient amounts of short liquidity, Upstart becomes extremely sensitive to index price movements, and it can run really hard. So the more illiquid it becomes, the more like a leveraged ETF it becomes, right? Where it starts to outperform the underlying index and even like sector specific indexes. It's not dissimilar from what GME does. It's just far more illiquid than GME. Dishonoring Freg's memory, implying Todd tortured him to death. As far as I know, Freg may be alive somewhere. It's the least you could do to honor that guy. He's made us all so much money over the last year and a half. Yeah, but there was still Freg's Day, right? Freg lives? I hope so. I'm practicing to sing my song of the Volga Boatman for the upcoming flat session. Freg's Day didn't have anything to do with Cat. No. My wife doesn't watch the stream at all, but she knows who Freg is, and she's concerned about him. Me too. What explains these $50 to $100 billion swings on Nvidia on relatively no news? Well, when the price of Nvidia drops, people pull back short calls that they sold at higher prices, which then drives the price of Nvidia back up, and then they sell calls again, which drives the price back down. This has been going on for a couple months now. It's fun. You can make money off of it. I'm talking to the cat CEO, D. James Jim Umpleby the third. Nice. It's called pumping and dumping. All right, what do I want to do right now? I think I want to eat something. It's noon. Also, regarded asset managers buy it at a discount. Yeah, don't forget about dip buyers. There's always dip buyers. I know you don't have a merch store, but Freg Lives would be a great t-shirt. All of Freg's rights to his image are owned by Freg. Name your cat after that man. After making us all so much money. Cat was fun last week, huh? God damn it. Covered in fucking coffee. Today's lunch is cutlet, prosciutto, mozzarella, roasted reds, and balsamic. Okay. Nice. What happens to an options chain when a company does a reverse stock split? It becomes garbage very, very quickly. But basically the options reduce in so well here. So if you have a company that goes like 1 to 10, the contracts go from uh 100 to 10 shares each, right? And then everyone sells them and they become super illiquid until a new options chain opens up. So basically the contracts split at the same ratio. Making profits in the first 2 hours and then watching the market is weirdly therapeutic. I suppose so. I never really thought about that. Will the merch store have the Kendra margin call in it? You know, the one, that flashlight that we designed together? There is no merch store. I don't know what you mean. Have you ever been assigned early on GME CSPs? I haven't been assigned on GME CSPs since like last year. I don't think I got assigned early on them, but I did get assigned at expiration on them last year twice. Do you understand the taboo behind breaking dry spaghetti in half before boiling it? Eating spaghetti in the first place? It's the worst pasta shape. I showed my wife the 1969 screen card and she asked, "Who's that man?" I don't know if we're just that boring or I've kept this cult that big of a secret. Either way, she's still not into how down my port is. When? Or she's still not onto it. Uncle Bruce had a merch store, and I almost bought bagel socks from him. Oh, Jesus Christ. scale of 1 to 10, how bullish are you that we're gonna break today's high? I mean, it's cool. I have calls, so that's nice, I guess. Get bucatini. It's like spaghetti for when you're not poor. Unsubscribed spaghetti. It is. It's just not it's not good. There's better. All the other shapes are better. Will you tell these bitch ass scalpers to stop stuffing all the upward price action? Thanks. That wouldn't be any fun. Why don't you just do the same thing? Bow tie? Really? You mean farfalle? Yes. Really. I was somehow the admin of Uncle Bruce's Facebook page that apparently he forgot about. What should I do with it? Literally anything you want. Angel hair? Capellini? That's some good shit, too. Tagliatelle is where it's at. All of them. All of the gnocchi's different. It's made with potatoes. Angel hair is the worst pasta shape? What? I'll agree on penne, but not penne rigate, just penne. Like the or ziti, the smooth ones, those are shit. Um but angel hair is phenomenal. I don't know what the fuck you're on about. Pastina? Oh shit. We're breaking out the weird ones. Nice. Good for soups mostly though. Best pasta is lasagna. That's just sheets of okay, never mind. Rigatoni is phenomenal. Manicotti, but not stuffed, just giant tubes of pasta with sauce dumped on them. Radiatore for ragu. Udon, that's a totally different. No. Angel hair is spaghetti. Change my mind. You're wrong. I don't need to change your mind. You're just wrong. I don't really like poppers all that much. Like linguine and fettuccine are better. Orecchiette? Orecchiette is good. Gnocchi is not really pasta though. It's a potato dumpling. Bringing back the intraday cup and handle, maybe. Cavatappi is best. That's a good one. The little ball noodle and wedding soup, that's like pastina. Okay, I'll make Bruce's page all about penne stocks. The tiny little rice-shaped pasta, orzo. Orzo is good. Bronze cut anything. Yeah, bronze cut's a given. Spaghettino and spaghettini. Those are just on the opposite sides of spaghetti. One is slightly thicker and the other slightly thinner. Burry bought QQQ puts worth $740 million. Is he stalling the market crash? I like it. Give me the Rotella, the Hot Wheels pasta all day. Bucatini is good. I love actual fettuccine, and then pappardelle are the top ones for me. What do you mean by actual fettuccine? You mean like fresh? I mean, fettuccine is kind of like slightly thicker pappardelle, but sliced into. So it's thicker wide, but thinner, thick, thicker tall, taller but thinner. I don't really know what dimension to use for that. All this pasta is making me want some pasta e fagioli. Really? Oh, what are the ones in that called? It begins with a D. They're like little tubes. I forget. I've never liked SpaghettiOs. I've had them, but they're disgusting. I like fettuccine noodles, but not Italian fettuccine alfredo because that's gross. Well, fettuccine alfredo isn't Italian, but it's not gross. That's it can be. I mean, you live in Florida, so it definitely is. But Ditale, I think so. Ditalini, that's it. I read the J&J DD, mind blown. It's cool shit, right? Tortellinis? Ooh. Those have to be made by hand. If yeah, bought tortellinis are disgusting. They're always super thick. I hate Alfredo sauce. How are you making it? If you make it right, it's really good. So that's fair. I've had some atrocious fettuccine Alfredo. I mean, yeah. I know it exists. I've seen people eat it. Remember that that's like Olive Garden's number one selling dish. So, and that can't be good. Isn't Alfredo just Parmesan, shredded buttercream, and pasta water? You probably it shouldn't really need water, but it should just be butter and cheese. Alfredo that you buy at a store is almost all terrible, but homemade or from a good restaurant is good. Yeah. I've also had some objectively good fettuccine Alfredo, and I still don't like it. I mean, that's fair, right? It's like milk pasta. I mean, I'll make cream sauces with like pesto and stuff, but never like just straight up fettuccine Alfredo because it's disgusting and way worse than cacio e pepe. But if you add things to it, it can like sun-dried tomato, pesto, mushrooms, pancetta or prosciutto. You can make some cream sauces that are pretty good. But like just milk, cream, cheese, and black pepper is fucking disgusting. Yeah, carbonara is good. I mean, they're different, right? I'm not gonna say one's better than the other. Carbonara is its own deal, and it is fabulous. I put my carbonara recipe in the Discord. It's somewhere in there in the announcements channel. What ratio of you ordering takeout versus cooking at home? 70-30? Probably more than that. I used to cook a lot more, but I don't nowadays. It's probably what's made me fat. Well, part of what's made me fat. Just go to the announcements channel, just search announcements and carbonara. Or egg. I'm always like, is the egg raw? Oh god, the egg's raw, and now it's scrambled. Well, you don't want it to be either of those things. Yeah, I've made brajol. That brajol's awesome. Temper the eggs. Yep. I mean, I've made carbonara so many times. I don't really have to fuck with it too much. I just put the eggs in and you know be quick with your ability to move things around in a pan, and you're good. It's not a hard dish to make. It just takes like some experience. To prevent this problem, I now make my carbonara using hard-boiled eggs. Okay, that's fucking disgusting. Don't do that. Did you buy too much theta on fatness? How are you going to roll or hedge your position? I mean, the rolling's not an issue anymore, really. Finding shrubbery of sufficient size can be difficult. I've been busy all day and stressing about my positions. Pop in to see if anything has changed. You guys talking pasta? Yep, everything is fine. It's not hard to make, but it's very easy to mess up. I mean, you just have to get used to it. You fuck it up a few times and it gets easy. The most important message I've ever sent in this chat, and Girk misses it. I saw you were recommending Nature's Harvest. Brajol, it's like a flank steak wrapped around stuffing and then cooked in tomatoes. Have you ever used mayo in a pasta recipe instead of cheese/cream? No. I've gained and lost weight 3 times now. It's no biggie. I mean, it's not hard to lose weight. It's just annoying and time consuming. Can we please pause pasta to talk about positioning? I mean, it's positioning's relatively the same. There's still a decent number of puts at 75 and 70. Um, no real out of the money accumulation there. And we did get some capitulation on 44.85 calls, but 44.90 still has quite a bit of interest. So I think right now we're just kind of sliding into the lower end of the range, and we're still kind of range bound between 44.70 and 44.90. I will say brajol is very easy to make. It's a pretty simple dish. A little harder with veal, but Shadow banned check? Not shadow banned. Veal is just harder to work with, and it's more expensive, so you always feel like you don't want to mess it up. Maybe, yeah. I think the flavor from beef is like beef brussels is better. What's your favorite breakfast meal dish? If you're not making it slash cleaning, I don't know. I don't really like breakfast all that much. Like traditional breakfast food is mostly pretty gross. Like I'll have eggs once in a while or omelets, but rarely. I rarely eat breakfast. You know the Bury is also super short everything? Yeah, it might, because it pushes out timelines, right? But is Vic's chart not really loading for anyone else or just my phone? I think it's working. I mean, I'm not very zoomed in on it, but not a lot of volume right now. Well, NVIDIA tested 432, rejected. I wouldn't say it's distributing yet, so I'm still gonna wait on entering puts. But I'm stopped out of my calls. I'm probably not gonna re-enter calls at this point. I thought you'd say biscuits and gravy. Is that really a breakfast food? If you eat that for breakfast, then you spend the rest of your days sleeping. Can I get your opinion on the McGriddle? I've never had one. And the possible addition of cheese. Isn't that like the thing that's like pancakes around egg and something? So you got sweet and salty. Yeah, they throw in some cheese. Cheese seems like it would be overly unctuous. Like too much. That'd be a weird mouth feel. You've never had a McGriddle? No. I don't really eat very much McDonald's. When I do, I will say it's generally breakfast, but I usually just get like the bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit or the bagel. I just had a McGriddle this morning. They gave me 3 slices of cheese, syrup infused pancakes. It's a greasy delicacy. I left a picture in the DM I sent you about my job. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. That sounds concerning. How can I? Because, well, first of all, it's ugly. Second of all, it's a piece of shit. And that's how. Why have you chosen this green? Were you in the army? Are you trying to hide? This is terrible. Don't buy a Range Rover. You'll regret it. They're really poorly made vehicles. I will donate $5 right now if you promise to try a McGriddle next time you get McDonald's breakfast. I mean, I'll try one, but you don't need to give me $5. It's crazy how expensive McDonald's is in New York City compared to the rest of the US. If I'm gonna pay those prices, you might as well go somewhere good. Yeah, it's like McDonald's breakfast is like $20 for like a meal. McGriddles equal McGurgles. People are obsessed with buying unreliable cars. Do they even have a dollar menu? No. I mean, they do, but it's like a $3 menu. Former valet here, literally every Range Rover, even brand new ones, would come in with warning lights on. Actual piece of shit vehicles. Yeah, they are. They're big pieces of shit. Do the restaurants in New York City offer 6 months, 0%, zero money down financing? Actually, yes. That's an option on DoorDash. You can finance your DoorDash meal. Our banks are sound and resilient, Dork. Strong? Strong and resilient. Yeah, nothing's changed. I'm kind of just building a position on it over the next few days. Miv. DoorDash subprime market crash win? Michael Burry just shorted the market with 1.6 billion, bought 890 million of SPY puts, bought 740 million of QQQ puts. Nice. I hope he bought some Theta too, because he's gonna need it. At least a week. Wasn't Burry big early last year? He's always big early. I'm surprised he went with SPY and QQQ. Given his belief system, you'd think that he would consider ETFs to be risky. How would someone not making 100K survive in New York City? Well, I mean, our minimum wage is fairly high, and we have a lot of subsidized housing, so that's generally how. And not everyone in New York City makes 100K a year. But if you do make 100K a year, it's almost harder because you're not going to qualify for subsidized housing. There's kind of a dead zone between like 50 and 150K a year where it's extremely difficult to live in New York City. And then above 150, it's not too bad. Please loading up on shorts across the market. What part of the big short are we in right now? Well, we're past the downgrade, so the next couple scenes. KFC has the best spicy chicken sandwiches. I've never had one. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I go to a place in like East Harlem for like they have like Nashville hot chicken sandwiches. They're fucking amazing. I mean, you shit fire for like 3 days, but it's worth it. So you either have to live under the poverty line or make 200K to be fine. That's a wide margin. Yeah. I mean, you can survive on 100K a year in New York City, but it's probably not a great experience. And I'd imagine you'd have to have roommates. Or you have to live kind of far from the city center. Delinquencies on mortgages are the lowest they've ever been. We're strong and resilient. Can you explain what distribution on NVIDIA will look like exactly? It'll find an upper level and stagnate there for an extended period of time. Stagnant price action on moderate to high volume. Current Gamma Max on NVIDIA? Way the fuck out of the money. We're nowhere near Gamma Max. We're not even at Gamma Neutral on NVIDIA. I'm in Manhattan. What's your favorite part of the city? Uh, I like downtown, like Lower East Side, like through like little like kind of just straight across. Like anything below 23rd is decent. There's just more stuff down there. You get up into like the Upper West and Upper East Side, and it's very like residential, and there's not much to do. ES found support back to 45.25. Well, we haven't gotten to 45.25 yet, but maybe back to 44.85. Would you consider that a double top rejection on SPX? No, because we're just getting like downward consolidation. We didn't really reject very hard, right? I am eating well. Have you ever eaten at Hearth in the Lower East Side? I don't think so. Maybe? It doesn't sound familiar. I have a friend who lives on 97th and 3rd, and it looks mostly apartments. Yeah, it is. There's like nothing over there. That whole area is pretty empty. It's just all residential. When are you gonna move to Puerto Rico for 6 months out of the year to not pay taxes? When I make so little money that I have to worry about paying taxes. 53rd and a third standing on 53rd and a third. I'm trying to turn a trick 53rd and a third, and you're the one they never pick. 53rd and a third, don't it make you feel sick? Okay. Trying to dip my toes into J&J, but these spreads are like dunking my whole foot in. I might just wait until tomorrow or Wednesday to start entering. Really, September 15th has a lot of OI. I don't know why you'd be running into issues with the spreads. Everything's expensive there, but I like the Upper West Side. The food up there sucks. There's so few good restaurants. Are units in New York having a hard time getting filled? A little bit lately, yeah. The real estate market's been pulling back. Thoughts on buying a condo or something when the market corrects? Could be worth it. Although New York may be entering New York City may be entering a period of overall economic decline that could last for quite some time, and you don't want to be paying property taxes on a New York City unit when you can't rent it for an equivalent amount. So you'd have to wait for a really good price and low interest rates. And then also make sure that like your co-op allows you to rent the unit, because not all of them do. You have to do a lot of research. Cat's Deli worth the hype? Eh, no. If we don't hit it today, do you think 4,500 is possible tomorrow? I think they need to the ideal for today is to close above 44.75 or 80. And then yeah, they can keep pushing up tomorrow. The market's been very boring for the past half hour. I have to start doing work soon. What can we do about this? Wait till 2? Go do work until 2? If Cats was cheaper, it would be great. Well, it used to be. It's just overpriced. Yeah, it's become like a tourist trap. Is Lucali worth the ridiculous wait times? Not really. I think they close at like midnight. I'm not sure though. I'm pretty sure they're not open till 3 a.m. though. I've definitely wandered through there pissed drunk a few times. It's like 90 straight minutes of work. Is Magnolia Bakery worth it? No. Magnolia Bakery fucking is awful. Their banana pudding is just frosting with Nilla wafers in it, and that's what they're known for. And all the rest of their food is always stale. Like their cupcakes and cakes are just they're always like old and crumbly. I really don't know what the hype is for that place besides like Instagram. Have you been to H Hyun? Oh, is that the Korean like barbecue place? I've been there. It's good. Levain Bakery? Okay, almost worth the price. But you have to go to the original one. You can't go to the other ones. I've heard great things. I'm planning a trip with some friends soon from CT. Nice. I crumble into pieces every time I think of how in love we are with each other. Yeah. I've been to Russ and Daughters. Still holding off on J&J positions, or did you get in at 175? I bought in at 175 this morning, but not everything. So I have like I entered part of my position this morning. Long or short, J&J asking for a friend. I wrote the fucking DD already. I don't know what else you want from me. 15 months and still not approved for options. Check DMs or don't. Either way, I'm still gonna make cards in an attempt to get Trash to DM me a pic of that sweet, sweet ducktail. Alright. Well, life goals and all that. Okay, that's pretty awesome. But if I don't actually follow through, then it's gonna create a lot of derision. That's a merger of VA and J&J, and the new company name following such an event. J&J and VA are merging? Welcome to Cornichon, Darth. It's I know. I got it, Fluffy. I just don't want to acknowledge it, you know? But now I'm forced to. You said they needed to be in a hurry to get their positions over 4,500. Despite us being up quite a bit today, this doesn't seem to be a hurry. Really? It seems fairly hurried. I mean, we're 3 hours into trading. And we've moved up. $22 and $30 at the peak. It seems to be a fairly rapid progression. They do have until like Wednesday before the risk starts to turn back around. American alligators hatch at 6 to 8 inches and grow to over 11 feet. Given this range, what is the largest alligator that you could take in a fight? I feel like this isn't a question about alligators. Am I wrong? Have you ever accidentally sold options while trying to put a stop on options? Oh, yeah. Yeah. That happens a bunch. The gator's covered in butter? So yes and no. What would it be like to be a contestant on The Price is Right in an era of hyperinflation? It would be a lot more exciting. I'm so mad. Just buy them back. I mean, last time I checked, they're probably still for sale. Like, I'm gonna have some need to have some guidelines for approaching gators here in a few weeks. It's gator season. A hatchling alligator is clearly no contest, so there is an answer. I mean, stay the fuck out of the swamps. Don't go near the gators. No. What do you think your odds are against a wolf barehanded? Probably not great. Like barehanded, but I have access to my like any weapons I can fashion from the environment. Do I have like a thick t-shirt? Like if, I don't know, I feel like if I could get like a shirt wrapped around my arm, I might have a chance. Yeah, it also, yeah, it definitely depends on the type of wolf. If a duck were to fight you, how would it win against you? It would already know how. The chances are zero. Well, we haven't even figured out what kind of wolf. Like maybe I can just whistle at it and throw a small stick in a different direction, and boom, I've made my escape. I could definitely take on a newborn wolf. Yeah, I mean like timber wolves and like timber wolves are big, right? But some wolves aren't. We need to know if the wolf is hungry. A werewolf. Have we talked about Michael Burry shorting the market with 1.6 billion? Maybe he's finally on time. Michael Burry is like the guy who takes the bus across town, but he gets off at every stop. Wolf versus Centaur, no contest, just hoof it. They go for the hamstrings though. If commercials have taught me anything, always carry Jack's links. You'll be fine. It's a lone wolf. It's not a pack of wolves. Not all wolves come in packs. Some of them have been shunned. Like if it was a former alpha male, then he would have been removed from the pack. Just a regular American gray wolf, 1.3 meters long, 80 meters tall. I mean, so if, it's probably gonna break my forearm in the bite, right? But maybe I could poke its eyes out. How about three coyotes, but you have a big stick? Yeah, I could definitely win that one. Have you ever been to Saint Martin? I'm going for a honeymoon next week. No. 80 meters tall seems very tall. It was 0.8 meters tall. Also, if it's alone, it's hungry and more dangerous. Yeah, but I mean, it's not like it's a situation that you cannot survive. Humans have definitely fought off wolves. I mean, And I'm a larger human. So I think I've got a fighting chance. I'll probably get fucked up, like bad, right? But I might survive it. I've got teeth. I could take you. You don't know that. I definitely don't know that. I don't know you. You've pumped it twice for me now. If you want to take your foot off the gas at 44.90, that's cool with me. Hmm. Liam Neeson did not survive this scenario. Yeah, but his skill set was, totally different. If you got a knife, I'd say you have a chance. Bare hands, you've got no shot. Would you win in Greco-Roman wrestling match? You or a North American brown bear? Uh, you don't fuck with bears, dork. I'm appalled that you understand this question about wolves, but not my one about alligators. Look, I'm not saying there's one hissing me at me outside my door right now, but I do need to call someone. Listen, if the alligator is bigger than your foot, run away. How many wolves live on Manhattan? Thousands. Who here said they would lay a hand on their father? Ban. You would get absolutely slaughtered by a full grown wolf. I mean, if I had to pick between a wolf and a bear, I'd definitely pick the wolf. Florida puma or Alaskan moose? Puma. If I were an 80-meter tall taco, do you think you had the odds against me? I'm not that hungry. Bring back the Cornichon song. What's the New York City animal mascot? I don't know, probably like a pigeon or something. I saw a pigeon the other day that had a hypodermic needle like through the upper part of its body. Just walking around with it, sticking through it. They're pretty tough. Just use your bare arms that the Second Amendment gave us the right to have. I'm not, even with a gun, I'm not sure you survive a brown bear attack. Like, you don't have a lot of time to kill it. And they're not exactly easy to kill. They have some big guns. You better not miss. – 90% of the chat would lose in a fight against a raccoon if unarmed. I just watched the Meg. Statham took on a megalodon with just a knife. I think I got a bear. I don't know about that. Give me 1 second. Alright. I'm back. Looks like I didn't miss much. How's the video looking now? Like it's gonna test 435 or 440? If the market pushes up again, especially if it pushes up hard, it probably will. I still cut my calls. Like, I mean, they were fine. I had no reason to chase. Mr. Pivai, it's been so long. The Pickle Union has fallen on hard times as of late. Stefan had a house in Hawaii that was recently lost in the fire. Well, clearly he was getting overpaid if he had the house in the first place. He was able to save all his children, but lost his cat and ice cream sandwich collection. We're requesting that you employ him. Those are actually more serious losses. If you told me it was just his family. Alright. Nope, that's the wrong one. Let's fucking go. I see you had puts in NVIDIA and the Pickles picks, but bought calls today. Did something change overnight? Or did you decide to play the upside instead of waiting for it to go up? Well, I wanted to enter puts above the risk line. Unless it broke 420. When it broke 420, I went long. Because after 420, we were just going to see more short calls get pulled back. So I went long at 420, and then I got stopped out on the rejection at like 432. It'll probably keep going a little bit. It's already got quite a lot of momentum. So whatever short calls came in at like 430 and 435 are gonna get squeezed out. Well, if it starts to stabilize and distribute, and the put side starts to gain traction again, then I'll go short, but I'm waiting. I finally bought a bit of my J&J position. Get ready for the bounce so you can finish buying yours, Gherk. Thanks, Thunder. There's time. The averaging period doesn't even finalize till Wednesday. There's no rush. NVIDIA 510C weeklies are only 9 cents. Just saying. If they were next weeklies, maybe. Good thing you said the full port NVIDIA puts at open. We've really got to work on your literacy skills. No, those are 5.8, which is actually insane. Huh. Earnings is next week. Long Mattel? Why long Mattel? Do you have a thesis for any of these? You got... If you say Barbie movie, I'm gonna get pissed. I hear chips. What's for lunch today? Let's see. I've got some olives, some fresh mozzarella, some chips, and a sandwich. It's just some like French ham. Jambon. Surge in sales due to a Barbie movie. Oh. Hmm. Do kids buy Barbies, or do they just watch the Barbie movie and play the Barbie app on their iPad? Mm. I'm going to need some supporting data on how many children are physically playing with toys. I think it's far fewer than you might think. Someone stand outside the kids' toy section and take notes on how many sales there are. Yes. That way I can buy Target stock. Increased in sales because I bought all the Barbies. They're the next Beanie Baby. Just wait and see. No, because we don't have the field report yet, Peter. Relax. Let's run this like a real hedge fund. Who wants to sleep with the head of Mattel? Nobody? Okay, perfect. I'm single. I don't know if it's a man or a woman. Does it matter? This is about money, not preference. I don't care. He's a pretty good looking dude. Nyan cries? I can't invest in Lego, and Mattel doesn't seem to be going away. They do have a lot of licensing. But are they a good value? How much is priced in? Are they trading at a discount? What are their projections moving forward? I mean, you can't just go, Mattel makes Barbies. People are really into Barbie right now. So I'm going to buy Mattel. I'm sad because I have a short leg that's still open. I kind of believe that it might turn around. I should have listened to you, boss. I mean, it still might. If you have some theta on it, you should be maybe okay. I do remember that popcorn trader. Mattel guy's old enough to make my cut, but his features are really big. He'd be scary angry. Like good scary or bad scary? Like scary tee hee or scary ooh? I looked at the monthly and yearly charts. It's been worth much more in the past. Okay. Why? I mean, think about it this way. The broad consensus is going to be, hey, let's buy Mattel because Barbie's popular, but yet Mattel's price not anywhere near historic highs. It sounds like there's more to that story. This K-View J&J play seems risky, but I'm into it. Oh yeah. Yeah, it is. Mattel better than Tootsie Roll. Sino Rico was timed out by MTB Dork for 300 seconds. Don't talk shit about my baby. Head and shoulders. I don't have any dandruff. Rude. Yo, Dirk, Girk, can real quick, can you talk about Vixpiration and your expectations for this week? Now it seems likely we're gonna be Gween. Gween? I think they'll take whatever foothold they can get today, especially if they can hold 44.75. They're likely to try to push higher tomorrow. Vixpiration's going to loosen up volatility a little bit. And we may start to see VIX climb as it moves to the next contract in front. Um, Obviously, that could present one last opportunity for them to sell vol and pump the markets up. But I think at some point this week, before their positions expire in the money on Friday, they would like to bail them out. 4480, 4500C, all weirdly almost identical volume. Yeah. Like I said, the positioning for on the call side has become it's very obvious that it's like one or two parties now. Well, I don't know anything about them. Do you want to tell me more, or do you just want me to like look at technicals? Gurk, tell me it's done for the day. What? I mean, I don't want to look at technicals unless you have some sort of greater thesis. They went up recently. That's usually the worst time to buy something. Oil went up recently, and they're petroleum exposed. All the oil stocks are up. So why those? I mean, there must be some reasoning behind those. Did they just go up more? Have you gotten into that specific play yet? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Is this secret DD? More SPX pumps today. I mean, probably into the later afternoon. Yeah, I entered like 40% of my position this morning. I'm gonna scale into the rest of it over the next couple days. EQNR I thought would be good as an alternative supplier instead of Russia, given the war, and since oil in general looks to be going up. Yeah, oil looks pretty good right now, although it's a bit overbought. What's their production? Do you know their production capacity at all? I'll look. Integrated oil. Seems similar to Halliburton. Adjustment due to extraordinary dividend. Okay, so they just did a. It looks like they just did a fairly large special dividend. That would probably explain some of the repricing. G, future project. They started a share buyback. So it looks like they're a little bit cash rich right now. I don't know if they expect ratios to decline. Profit margins aren't looking so hot over the last 3 quarters, but that could also just be due to the falling price of oil. Um, hmm. 2x books, total assets. Liabilities are pretty high. Okay, so they had like big negative cash flows in the last quarter. Did they do an acquisition or something? Just the share buyback? They seem moderately exposed to oil price. It might be an okay entry opportunity. I would want to find out where the money went last quarter. That might be something to look into. I don't like them as much as like Devon or Oxy or Zom, but there could be some opportunity there. Or Chevron. Now, their earnings surprised to the downside. They were down $1 billion in revenues. It's not good. Man, how risky would you consider the J&J position in Pickles picks? How do you know anything about it? There's that cut and run point. People talk too much. Yeah, they do. Did you get a chance to read my updated MODG write-up? I know it was messy. I got a chance to look at some of it over this weekend, but not all of it. There's some other things that I wanted to dig into. I wanted to look at where their capital allocation was going and see if I could find any data on it. I know they're building out like more locations, but it seems. Hold on, I actually wrote down notes somewhere. So it seems like they have two, like they have like the independent, like the standalone, and then ones that are like part of either other experiences or like golf stores that are like virtual. Um, those I'm still not sure about, but if I don't like if they're over investing into that because there could be additional risk in their partners for those facilities. And it seems like they're investing a lot of money in that. Probably because the profit margins are better on it. The virtual stuff is small, and the CEO didn't seem interested in any of it. Hmm. It seems like they're putting a lot of capital into it. EQNR just got a permit for drilling in the North Sea, and shares of Equinor have outperformed the industry in the past 3 months. The stock has gained 5.7 compared to the industry's 0.9% growth. Yeah, there's a lot weighing on that. I'm on the Discord and have another YouTube account. Well, Zillionaire, and for some reason, this YouTube isn't connected to that. I mean, it's risky. It's a big arb play, but it's kind of a different one than Siri. This is like a big arb play that all the institutions are getting on, whereas Siri is one that the institutions are attempting to avoid unraveling. Johnson and Johnson is like Revlon, exactly the same. Ah, I see. That's weird. You can't do that to me, insanity. Sounds less risky than Siri. I'm out. Jan 24 or March 24 for Siri calls. I don't know which ones I have. I bought the far ones. Hold on, I don't even have that brokerage open. Give me a sec. What fucking account do I have them in? I have Gen 24, 5, 6, and 7C. $675. Sorry, I don't have 7s. 6 and $675. Why did I buy 675s? Oh, because there's no fucking OI at 7. That's a good reason. Sign up for what? I've been here since 2021. Thanks for all you do for us, man. I've learned a ton. I'm hoping to make some money on J&J. It looks very compelling. I think it's a good play. I think retail investors don't seem to be aware of the opportunity, which makes it even more compelling because it means institutions intend to fuck over holders of the Johnson & Johnson shares, and that's exciting. Me, I just want to wallow in the crumbs. Is it too late to sign up for Pickles Picks? You get the DDS J&J I just read the J&J thesis. Nice catch. Thanks, man. Can you move the GME chart up? I'm worried it will go down again if you don't do that. There. You can have another 18 cents. Anyone considering Dillionaire should know the real sauce is in the 0 DTE secret DD. I have no idea what you're talking about. Is the J&J DD on Wall Street Bets? I don't know. I don't read Wall Street Bets. I'm gonna go with no. Why sideways? Why not? We're above 44.75 and 44.50. If it is, the play is over. So trying to learn here. Okay, but I feel like that's a journey that you don't need me for. Looks like that BVPS is 23.26. We're currently trading at 14.54. So that means it's undervalued. Well, no, not necessarily. There's a reason it's trading below its book value. So find out why. It may be overvalued still. Does Fubo chart look like the famous bull pattern soup bowl on the 1 minute? You mean a cup and handle? A little bit. There's some cupping going on. Although, you probably want to see it retest 4 by next earnings or 450 before you really have established a cup and handle. Does the SAX channel only show up when you're a Dillionaire? Yeah. No problem, Maeve. Have you ever read compelling DD on any of the financial subs outside of GME related stuff? It's pretty rare that anything's worthwhile, but there was Spurt started off as like some guy who kept posting about the merger that hadn't been announced, in like obscure subreddits, and then it got posted on Wall Street Bets and taken down. Um, so that one at least turned into something. Sometimes if I'm like really bored and I want to short something, I'll look at gain porn and try to find out where everyone's been making a lot of money. Pick 6 cards. Welcome to Zillionaire. You too, Duffman GT. Thank you guys so much. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added after the stream. I appreciate it. And if you want to get added now, the instructions are pinned in the announcements channel. You just have to link your Discord and your YouTube account. It's pretty easy. But if you can't figure it out, DM me and I'll get you set up afterwards. Thank you guys.
Happy birthday, Gert.
Thanks, Steph, man. I appreciate it, both of you.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man.
This is a super secret. Zilliard's DD only show up when you're a pigeon whale. No, it's a level above pigeon whale. SPX channel alone is worth the price of admission for Dillionaire. Cool. Siri has Jan 24 $7 calls, and calls go all the way to 15. Yeah, they opened more of the chain after it ran. Chan JTD, here I come. Pigeon Shark? Pigeon Shark? Don't give me ideas. Is Jimmy just following the market? Jimmy's like flat on the day. Nope, it's down on the day. Why does it keep doing that? Stop. I don't want to buy any of this. And I don't really think Jimmy is, maybe a little pressure from the market, but it's still underperforming. I don't think mid and small caps are doing particularly well today. Pigeon Shark, Pigeon Goose. Huh. That's just 2 birds. What is a bank? You know, someone in your profession should really already know the answer to that. Do you guys remember how Pigeon Whale started? Well, yeah, Tom, but there's more to it than just that. I feel a clip coming on. Well, no. So on Chrome, you know, I was trying to find, there's a meme of a pigeon with a strap on, and he's kind of walking around. And I had that pulled up on my Google Chrome, and someone screenshotted it, and we started talking about it the next day because people were like, "Why are you into pigeon porn?" And then later that same day, someone asked me to make a Chewbacca noise, and it came out like a pigeon coo, and something about whales, and yeah, pigeon whales were formed. Also, whale teeth for MOASS. There was a lot of different things that came together at the inception point. Nay, but I know I am the first and only double pigeon whale. This is true. Most of the other pigeon whales only have one account. Although, in the number of times one individual has become a pigeon whale, I think Darth Dan still holds that, or Hazy. Something Baleen. Was that back in 21? Yeah. It was the perfect storm of randomness. Would you say that this is looking bearish? No, not particularly. Flattish, but not necessarily bearish. If they can hold it at these levels above 44.75, the 44.75 puts that expire today either need to roll over or close. And if they do that, then they get a much better foothold at this price going into tomorrow. How do I get access to Pickles Picks? You become a dillionaire? Dillionaire. Or pigeon whale. You were calling for the whales in the market to buy GME, sigh, and you made a pigeon coo instead of a whale noise. Yeah, but that was after the pigeon porn thing. Yeah, fuck the pores. Unfortunately, yes. Here's the thing, though, and what's actually great about being poor is you're super fuckable. Right? Are you DCAing as they short the fuck out of KView? I'm entering my positions over the next 3 days. Aw, shucks. Thanks. If you all think it's weird now, it was way, way, way weirder back then. You mean back when pigeon whales were chugging the red away? Why does no one chug anymore? Cirrhosis. 99% of commonplace things in this channel is you had to be there, but it made sense. It's perfect. You could probably play one or the other, but why wouldn't you play both? I mean, theoretically, one would hedge the other. Did you already talk about Burry's 1.6 in puts? Yeah, it kind of makes me want to roll out my short positions. Has your scanner picked up anything good lately? I haven't used that thing in months. Someone had me look at it the other day, and it picked up. I forget what it picked up. Maybe someone remembers. Some shit stock. That explains this channel very succinctly. Checking the red away. I forgot about that. Speaking of which, where's Darth Dan? I missed that guy. He resubscribed to Cornishon today and professed his undying love for me. So he's still here, basically. Hey man, I know more about markets now than ever, and I still don't know that much, but it's worth the sub to me. And I canceled Hulu when they raised the price $2. So I appreciate you. Thanks, Surfa. That means a lot coming from you. Some people have access to the calf cam, just not you. I'm still low-key disturbed when Darth Dan sang you happy birthday and then proceeded to chug wine. It's think of it as, performance art. I played the fucking Cornichon song. Rumors Gensler stepping down and to be replaced by Hester Pierce. Okay. I hate performance art. A lot of Dans. I was slinging bull mayo and making yogurt. Pigeon Wells were slamming bottles of cheap wine. And you were still accepted by Super Stonk. We had weirdos in here talking about licking toilets. It was a wild, wild time, but it was fun. It was. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Well, that's not true, but most things. I probably wouldn't. I'd probably trade it to sell my GME at $250 a share, but it's whatever. That's no big deal. Have you told yourself 3 years ago you would be a cult leader? Would you believe yourself? I always thought I had the potential, but no. I didn't really have a lot of conviction. I still occasionally draw characters. Charmadillo. I drew Charmadillo recently. So when you guys insult each other in the channel, does it actually hurt your feelings, or does mocking each other forever just make it so you have very few feelings? The latter. Yeah. It's best not to have feelings in this business. Or really any attachments or emotions. Diamond hands, my dude. That's true. We do have a theme song about how it's not a cult, which is very telling. Mocking each other makes us better traders. Yeah. Okay. When will some pigeon whales make enough money to make a documentary of this place? It's inevitable. Who's gonna watch it? Says the man saving kittens. He's not a kitten, he's a cat. Why did you buy this $12,000 SPX call? For fun. Rova. I don't get why the IV of this contract should go up when the market crashes. Because it has a lot of row. Because rates are high. So row acts as a multiplier on the Vega. Is it too late to get into those SPX 12,000K? 12K calls? I mean, me and Jackson are fine with owning all the liquidity of the strike currently. 500 people in here and 179 likes. They'll get around to it, right? Right? Row, row, row your boat gently into green. Merrily, 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 so calls on GME. I'm one of the likes. Thanks, DZ. I like the stream and all my bot friends do the same. Nice. What is PTRA? Garbage. Ignore it. Nah, then the video goes into my liked videos playlist, and that's annoying. Just delete that playlist. Then you can like videos with reckless abandon. We were bullies. I feel bad for making fun of Moonwind so much. He even made it into a song. No, he deserved it. Seems like your $48 E5 DD was just yesterday. Time flies. Wait, what? I gave you a pity like. To be clear, I don't pity you. The like is in honor of the pity I feel for my bull call spreads. Are they not doing well? I mean, literally, you even saying you don't know why I need to ask you hurts my feelings a little. I get it, do your own research, but yeah, paper thin. So I'm wondering how you get through all the ridicule. I don't know. Didn't you go to high school? Thick skin? I grew up in New York City. I wasn't trying to hurt your feelings. I'm trying to motivate you. Jimmy 20 covered call safe? I fucking hope so. I haven't been here for quite some time. First minute I'm in here, I hear about 12k spy calls. Some things don't change. Welcome back, David. I can't like the stream until you find me buying 510 weeklies. I just like that part so much of it. Always reminds me to like the stream, and now it's tradition. I see. Why are my Christian cousins so weird? Is it the Christian or the lack of money? Oh, both. Yeah. I literally feel bad for Walken sometimes. Why? He's a prick. For how you brutally hate him? I mean, yeah. But he does seem to have some horrible opinions. But I worry about people a bit. What's the worst that's gonna happen? He survived like 9 tours in Afghanistan and his wife's indiscretion. I'm sure he'll be okay. Beef. Thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. You can like the stream for him now. I didn't know what boofing was before this channel, and I thank you for that. It's always good to introduce something new into your sex life. It keeps things from getting stagnant, poopy pants. Have you had a dermatologist check out your thick skin? No. Should I? So I'm loaded up on JNPR puts per Porkle's pork. Now, what the fuck are you on about? What's JNPR? Juniper? People were scared of me. Also, I'm pretty, so mocking to a minimum. Hmm. Are people scared of smart people? That seems like the opposite reaction of less smart people. Usually intelligence is met with violence and ostracization. Curious. I can taste the insecurity in chat today. Bullish. Keep us in the loop on the video, please. Well, it's trading flat after testing 435, which was one of the earlier price targets. So if it starts to pull back from this price point, that might be bearish. Although you probably won't see any bearish price action on it this week. At this point, if we do, it'll be in the latter half of the week. I'm gonna make a change to a price trigger I set up earlier. I found an old price trigger for Jamie above 350 from June 21. Poor guy never triggered. I mean, a lot of people got triggered, but not the price. Well, either you all bully him so much he finds you and assassinates you, or he kills himself. I think the latter is very unlikely. Walken's far too in love with himself to ever do himself any harm. Walken has a wife. Yeah, I think she's Canadian. Smart kids get bullied. Yeah. I was oyster-sized once? No, ostracized. I don't know what's an oyster sizing? The amount of pleasure Walken is getting from being discussed is why we pump end of day. People don't like intelligent people. It makes them feel inadequate and self-conscious. That's why I choose to mostly hide my intelligence and have people underestimate my intelligence. It works. All right. J-Roll told me his quantum poly flex oscillating trigger was about to go off, and that's a super bullish indicator for GME. He's a fucking fraud. Somewhere around here I have his big apology letter for blatantly plagiarizing my YouTube channel. I hope I screenshot it. It's like, oh, thank you, Gherk. I learned everything from you. Blah blah blah. So he's one of you. It's like going in the poorest chat and having someone pick stocks for you. Can I just be dumb and use the excuse of hiding my intelligence as a rationale? Yeah. Yeah, you can. That might actually even be more effective. Walken thinks he's so smart, and the reality is absolute peak of Dunning-Kruger. His worship of the composite man just shows how hard he licks the boots of authority. I had girls be really mean and bully me, but I always stood up for myself, so I think that helped. They don't like that. Walken should consider basing his entire personality around leasing a McLaren. Oh, some feuds never die. Is shepherd's pie considered a pasta? It's more like a casserole. Is J-Roll half squart? No, even half squart knew that fucking AMC was diluting their stock before trying to convince an entire Discord to go long on it. But it's okay. He didn't take a position on AMC. He just tweeted about it 10 times. If you're not smart, just don't talk. It makes you seem smarter. Or mute. Just trolling for extra hate Ko-Fi income. Thanks, Fluffy. No, the key to that is actually being smart and just making everyone else believe you're not smart. It allows you to do less because expectations of your abilities are lessened. So kind of like applying for a job and then acting like you're incapable of it. Guybrush for MOASS. Ban Carl, mod me. You son of a bitch. Welcome back, JC. You know, somebody was in here calling for Guybrush the other day, and I didn't let them have it. I said not until JC comes back and fails to do his job moderating Ko-Fi. And here you are, in the flesh, digitally. What happens if you sell covered calls on a stock that does a reverse split? They'll probably get exercised. Calls capitulating on SPX? Yeah, I think just more puts coming in at 44.75. Do you think we might test 44.90 by today? 2 o'clock? Let me see what positioning looks like. We will probably close the day between like 44.70 and 75. Unless we get like another surge of capitulation or another big round of call buying. But with what's on the chain right now, I think we'll probably stagnate here. If this slips 70, we'll go down. If we slipped 70, we'd probably go back closer to open. So I think they'll push back against that a little bit. They definitely won it at like ideally positionally 44.75 or higher by close is the best position for them. Because that means that the 0 DTE out of the money puts will expire out of the money, and that'll free up leverage into tomorrow morning, and they can pump before anything significant accumulates on the chain. My choice put dishwasher soap in the washing machine to make it foam over so my horrible ex would stop asking me to do dishes. Amazing. How dare someone else ask for Guybrush? I'm sorry I haven't modded Ko-Fi's recently, but I'm sure everyone's been well behaved for fear from my wrath. No. No. If anything, they're flaunting no, that doesn't work. Taunting you? Taunting you. I'll go with that. That works too. It's like being a B to B student, B minus student, you could do better, but you're doing enough to be slightly above average, and that's fine. Not that sounds like not winning. I can't get behind that. My goal in school was to get a grade so high that the professor would shift the curve and it would fuck other people because that was fun. It only happened like twice, but no, I'm not playing any D4. The game sucks right now. Maybe Blizzard will fix it in the next couple of years. Oh God, you were that kid. Yeah. Yeah. If by that kid you mean the one that never attended class. Yeah. Bruceport is 93% puts currently, 51% spy puts, 42% QQQ puts. Should I go all in on calls with this info? I mean, you should at least not expect his puts to print right away. Torque is the Discord kitten? The goal is to be above average but not exceptional. Mm, that sounds terrible. Why would you accept anything less than exceptional? My goal is to read the syllabus, find the spots I could flat out skip while still getting an A. Yep. That's the best way to manage college. Can we see one more test of 4480? Potentially? It's not out of the question, although it's might be kind of, at least it's unlikely right now. Maybe when calls get cheaper, power hour, something like that. I had the top award in grad school for my writing and research. Oh, fun. Okay, quick pullback on SCX to 4470 so I can re-enter some calls and then we'll be good for the day. I broke the curve the wrong way. I got a 12 on an econ exam and the professor gave me a 60 because he knew I was pass failing and I drank beers with him after the exam. Notice me, please, senpai. Hit their own. I guess they never miss. You got a boyfriend. I bet he doesn't kiss you. He's gonna find another. I can't read this shit. They put, or at least his puts are at least 6 weeks old at this point. 2 more years and we'll be all set for Burry's puts to make money. So they're up. How do you know he hasn't exited them already? The chat today sounds like a lot of people use the term midwit unironically on the channel. Because truthfully, it's better to be well liked by peers than be the guy who wrecks the curve in a class and everyone knows it. No, I disagree. Fuck your peers. They don't matter. You have to compete with them for jobs later on anyway. Or if you wreck the curve, you don't have to compete with them for jobs later on. I used ChatGPT hooked up to a Raspberry Pi modded Furby to give me all the answers. That sounds deeply frightening. Furbies scare the fuck out of me. I don't like those things. Chasey already doing bad at his job. It's okay, JC. I didn't. Are you familiar with long Furbies? Don't fucking even. This doesn't look bullish. It doesn't look bearish either. So you're at the point of buying bear calls, bull puts now? Selling? No, calls aren't really selling off. Say it with me, range bound. I had a Furby long ago. Battery's out and it was still talking. That's what happened to me. My parents bought them the year that they were like all the rage. I don't know why. No one wanted them, but they bought them nonetheless. And mine started screaming like a rabbit being killed at like 3 in the morning. I fucking unscrewed the bottom of it and it had no batteries and immediately threw it out. Lie to me, Gurk. Tell me it's about to dump. Probably not very hard. We could hit 4470. But beyond that, right now, there's not a lot of interest. Mostly everything's consolidated right around at the money. I googled long Furbies. Why would you do that? My skin was always thin, but constantly adjudicating fights between my toddler and 5-year-old have made me fragile. High pitched screaming does that to you. You've got to just high pitched scream right back. Create a primal environment to toughen them and you up simultaneously. That'd end the fight. If me and my siblings were ever fighting and my mom just started high pitched screaming, I totally would have been like, "What the fuck?" I actually have a GoFundMe set up to get a long Furby. 100% not kidding. I haven't checked it in years. What if there's like $3 million in there? I'm not clicking that link, Fluffy. Doesn't DARPA have classified patents on Furbies? I don't think so. Greg's mad at me for making him read a couple sentences of e-girl nonsense. I'm not clicking it. You can't post links in chat, but Fluffy can. Long Furby's a naughty thing to the nation's Furbisexuals. I didn't have a Furby, but I did have an off-brand robot toy that was similar named Toby. Hmm. We threw it out like 5 times. How did it keep coming back? I still have hair. Yeah. Like a bunch of it. It's getting longer again, JC. Am I gonna permit? Who knows? I would like all the privileges of mod with none of the responsibilities. There's actually no responsibilities. That's the secret. I just identified the individuals in the Discord that were most likely to flex their power and made them moderators. It was a great choice. You're too nice, Popcorn Trader. Chaotic neutral. Some would say evil. I'm a power hungry, greedy, vindictive person. Does that qualify me? No. Han's still around. She's been going back to school though. To be fair though, I'd try and make it way more difficult to silence Pigeon Whale chat. There's no way to do that. What I could do, theoretically, is I could clone the Pigeon Whale chat channel every day, and then people would constantly have to reset the notifications. So they'd have to turn them off. Is that a penis? That's multiple peners, Dork. What's going on? Did you DM me? Oh, lame. Do it. I'm just bored and spamming chat to procrastinate. I hear you. Being the Ko-Fi mod has tons of responsibilities. No, it doesn't. You just have to silence walk-in. Don't. How much weight does repeatedly saying "fuck the pores" really carry after all this time? Lots. That's why they keep saying it. I mean, it's fun. I've tried it myself. I am the mod of my own ship, the master of my own sails. Oh, captain, my captain. If you want the market to bounce, you should play the bear song. I don't really care if the market bounces, though. Do I? No. Yeah, I can trade in this account again tomorrow. I mean, right now I'm sitting on like 1 DTE in the money bull call spreads, so that's not very exciting. I should have bought more 0 DTEs today. I got banned from our poverty finance for not being nice to the poors. You just get banned from everywhere though. I think it's just you. Have you thought about that? Have you thought, oh wow, the reason I get banned from everything is because I suck? Don't read that, Ko-Fi. Fuck JC. That's not nice. Fuck Guybrush. Fuck a mod ship. We in this hoe. Hmm. Well, you do what you want with that, JC. I'd expect you feel like some vindictive behavior might be fitting. I got banned for suggesting some people pick up a second job to get bills knocked out. Whoa, man. Like working harder for extra money? Are you part of this community? That means that the reason I can never manage to get banned is because I'm innately amazing. This checks out. No, it's because I know that when someone says something stupid enough that you will not be able to resist the urge to confront them. It's both a blessing and a curse. I got banned from teaching because I would not use certain pronouns. Is bipolar bear the Peterson of trading? Who? Bipolar bear is gonna get banned from life if he keeps going to soup kitchens to make fun of the poors. He doesn't. He goes to soup kitchens and tells them about how if they saved 70% of their panhandling income, they could retire by the age of 75. I'm not the problem, said everyone who was ever the problem. I think my 4 DTE 250 Fubo CSP will be assigned. My goal is assignment. Well, it's a weird goal, but yeah. Jordan Peterson. I still don't really know who he is. I think the only video I've seen of him may have been AI, like doctored. Good God, I looked up Long Furby and it is nightmare fuel. Well, I will not be looking that up. Thank you for checking that out for me, Ben Willie. That would require self-reflection, testicular cancer. Also great name. Do you pay taxes on panhandling gains? I don't know. It's cash, right? You can't. Can you get taxed on cash? What's the limit for gifts? He's like Peter Jordanson, but different. Huh. Jordan Peterson is Canadian Kermit the Frog. They're much cuter than the original. Check it out. Just to give you an idea, people sell custom long Furbies on Etsy's and are often described as with spine. What the fuck? I got Gurk's green screen installer to admit that Gurk is filming from BlackRock HQ. It's not a green screen, it's a dome. $15,000 per year gift limit per IRS. As of a few years ago, $30,000 for a couple. Huh. Gift exclusion is 12.92 million. That's only if you get bailed out by the Fed, though, right? Uh, I'm gonna look it up, but there's definitely a Furby fleshlight. Why? Why would anybody want to fuck a Furby? You're laughing, but that's the actual gift exclusion number. Source, I am an FA. I know you are. Huh. Make it scream. Oh, Jesus. Hunt? Yeah, it would seem like it with the immediate bounce back, but it may not be. Could get a continuation. Limit for gifts is Cornichon? Yeah. Long Furby shaped like spaghetti? Coincidence? Yes. Why was Kerber timed out by Doric? When those Furby eyes look alright, that was a good reason. Faith in humanity is 0. Yep. The last 1 hour of 1 minute chart SVX looks like pushing an Asian down the stairs. Wrong on so many levels. What? I don't even understand that. Pyrex timed out by Fluffy. Oh god. Now Dork's gonna get on one. Dork. Fluffy timed out Pyrex. You're not going to be able to trust any DMs till this Furby thing blows over. I know. I want a kamikaze Furby, one that screams patriotic things before zooming forward at preposterous speed. I don't think they move independently, as far as I'm aware. So, you can do with that what you want. Michael Coughlin, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause
After all of my standing up for Pyrex, that's what they bring into chat. I feel backstabbed. I don't even know what it meant. Like, do Asian people fall downstairs differently than other people? That's like ultra specific racism, and I'm not sure I understand the context. Pyrex's comment was Wong on so many levels. Really, OG? Just couldn't resist it, could you? That's what he said? Whoosh? Yeah, I didn't read all of it. He got timed out. I didn't get to see what he said. It was one of those super old-fashioned race-based dad jokes. Maybe Pyrex 77's someone's dad. I heard in Australia they fall up the stairs. Okay, I get it now. You don't have to keep explaining it. TLDR, milk toast racism, casual racism. Yeah. Greg, I'm at Mattel HQ. Please call the CEO. They won't let me in the front door, and I'm not wearing much. Okay, you needed to show up there clothed, dude. You have to woo the CEO. You can't just paint "Let's fuck" on your chest and stand naked in front of the HQ. You're gonna get arrested. Pyrex 76. I'm not looking so bad now. Is there a song for the moment someone does Pontiff? The stream ends. Is this why my Tinder dates don't go well? Maybe. Isn't that how you got the BlackRock position, though? Well, you do what you have to do to make your way in the world, Gaff. Spread it round, Dad. Thanks, Ben. Does the stream end instantly, or do we get some kind of warning about why it's ending? Well, I have to end it instantly because I have to book a flight and communicate with the Pontiff party. Set up our schedule for eggplant parm, hanging out, lambasting their port, and then live streaming some part of that. So I become immediately busy. You're gonna get some firm to pay for Pontiff so we can stop messing up their play someday. Maybe. I set up Pontiff originally, so Super Stonk would know that everyone has a price. Hello, this is the moderator from Pornhub. We've noticed JC hasn't logged in for 4 weeks, and we're just checking to see that everything is okay with our biggest fan. Since JC visited us last time, we have updated the gay section with mini videos we know you will enjoy. Well, I'll let him know. Ko-Fi approved. Yeah, I thought so. You also have to contact your life insurance policy provider, just in case. Yeah, and hire private security. Does it have to be eggplant parm? Yeah, there's no other option. Ain't no party like a Pontiff party. Damn straight. Should we go long since Burry bought puts? I mean, I'm kind of long through the first half of this week. Well, at least today and tomorrow. Can you at least yell, "Someone bought Pontiff" before you end things? I think it would appear on the screen, right? Lol, like Pornhub has moderators. You don't need one in such a civilized community. I grew an eggplant for your visit. Oh, Jesus. I hope that's not a euphemism. Are you in any secret societies? Blink if yes. What, like the Freemasons or the Illuminati? I can tell you I'm definitely not in the long furry club. Burry bought puts, win hard landing. Given Burry's history, I don't know, 2 to 5 years. I would block the Ko-Fi notification, but then I wouldn't know. How would I want to hire a personal trainer as my bodyguard? Is this good thinking? And how many wrinkles on the back of his bald head should he have? Are you are you gonna shave his head? Do you fly to see us or Pontiff fly to see you? It depends where you live. We won't know if someone bought Pontiff or if it's MOASS if you just end the stream. I know. It's not listed on YouTube, but it is on the Ko-Fi. Do you know what happened to CTD? He's still around, I think. He occasionally posts memes of me dancing in various channels. God damn it, there's 2 Pyrexes now, and 99% of the chat is euphemisms, right? I usually assume as much, yeah. Do you think Burry spying QQQ puts as some autist type move to see if Wall Street bets can become his exit liquidity if he needs out earlier than expected? It seems like he's saying sell again on Twitter, but with his portfolio. Can you make a cool noise before ending the stream abruptly? I could probably do at least that. I'll buy a ninja smoke bomb, throw it on the floor in my office, disappear. Put the cat in my chair, and then turn the camera back on. I don't think anybody will notice I'm gone. If someone bought Ponce from you, then you immediately stop streaming. You could be sued given part of the package includes full access to the stream. One could argue that's the best part, so 80% money back. Good luck. You have to be able to hire better lawyers than me. Then you notice it was tear gas and not a smoke bomb. As the smoke dissipates, we see Gherk scuttling away with his butt crack hanging out. I can keep my pants pulled up. I'm not Linuxus. The Vuvuzela would be a good touch. Actually, yeah. No, I have an office. And a living room. Some would say I'm a pretty good catch. Since when do you wear pants inside? I mean, I'm not wearing pants, but I'm gonna at least be wearing a thong. It'd be bitchin' if you exited via kickflip after the smoke bomb. I see. Is the dating pool so dry that having a living room is the bar? You just haven't dated in New York City. There's a there's a lot of people who can't afford to live here that live here. Having a living room here is like the equivalent of having a yacht in South Florida. Are the people in the room with you now the ones trying to catch you? No, no, I've locked my front door. Pontiff would be better structured as a gift through Ko-Fi. You'd pick it up as business income. Interesting. Sounds like I'm keeping it that way. This sounds horrible. The dating pool isn't dry, it's the real estate. Has the SPX positioning changed at all? There's a few more puts at 44.70. Although they accumulated when the price was still dropping, so they may just sell back off again. At least you don't need to put your dishes away to take a bath. It's true. At what point do you consider buying back the sold call on a debit spread that's almost dead that you're letting ride? 90% profit? Maybe if it's worth it, yeah. I might buy back the sold calls on well my 40 80 4500 bull spread. The 4060 is a calendar. So I sold a 0 DT, bought a 1 DT. I'm gonna gamble that you don't take baths. You're too tall to fold yourself into an average tub. Not frequently. I also don't like the idea of soaking in my own filth. Baths are kind of gross. Skin soup? It's just. I mean, I think baths are gross and I own a bidet. Imagine if you just use toilet paper. Ugh. I live in a rental, and I don't like the idea that others have used the tub either. Well, I mean, ideally you would have a tub that was sealed. You know what's really disgusting? Hot tubs, especially public ones. We're talking about a living room in East Harlem or Inwood, because it's probably a tiny yacht and less likely, and likely has less bullet holes in South Florida. Neither. Thank you. I'm on the lower half of the island for all of you stalkers that are trying to narrow it down. Do you mean for a day, a week, a year? Well, I mean, I won't stream again until I'm in the presence of the pontiff. I take baths, but I add chlorine. Are we gonna rip into clothes? Charm? Probably not rip, but maybe like 4480. If we stay above 4475, then the decay will benefit the upside. I peg you as an East Village guy. No, that's for like students. I got a staph infection from a Verbo bathtub. Nice tub, but never again. Why would you wash yourself with water? Everybody knows the best way to get clean is Fanta. What's that stuff that you spray in your toilet that's like purple foam? Kaboom. So, here's a fun story about Kaboom. I had a roommate in school that would wash his face with it. It causes cancer. And I think the sale of it's banned in a few states. He's not dead. But I guess he had like really bad acne. And what did his face look like? You know, pretty good. No, no, no. Different guy, Bo. Chemical burn clean. I guess he was really desperate for a solution that wasn't soap. I just use Pert Plus to clean everything. Melts off the layer to get to that fresh baby skin. Does he know of Accutane? I don't know. He said, and I quote, "It works better than the $200 shit from my doctor." And if I think he discovered it on like 4chan or something. Or I guess it was like the predecessor to 4chan. Do you see that through the hole in his face? Not his mouth. Ah, yes, the most reputable source on the internet, 3chan. He sounds like someone who isn't legally allowed to buy bleach or Sudafed. He's a doctor now. I think oncology. Yeah. It's like taking fentanyl for sleep apnea. X is squeezing? It's just going up. I don't think it's squeezing. I don't to be fair, I don't know if he passed medical school, so he may not be, but that's what he was doing at the time. I don't think it's I don't think it's bleach, right? It's just like really high pH something. That's like a chain smoking pulmonologist. Well, you know. Going up same as squeezing? You don't know? Amateur? Still awful for your skin. I mean, probably. I think he sprayed it on a washcloth. I don't know if that makes it any better. If that chud took biochem, he would know that brake cleaner is the most effective solvent and available for to the public for cutting through that stubborn grease and skin. I just looked it up, and the active ingredient in Kaboom is just hydrogen peroxide. That's no big deal. I don't know if you know a lot about hydrogen peroxide, but if that concentration is above like 2 to 3%, it's a really big deal. Hydrogen peroxide and cells, they don't get along. 3%'s pretty strong, I think, right? What's a few free radicals among friends? So says the Unabomber. Great manifesto. At least he didn't mix bleach and ammonia. Well, at least not that I know of. Feels like it's gonna be hard for them to get to 4,500 today. Yeah, I agree with that. All right, so the active ingredient of Kaboom is hydrogen peroxide at a concentration of 3%. The other ingredients are water, trisodium dicarboxymethylalenate, alkyl benzene sulfonic acid, C10 through 12 alcohol exoflates, citric acid, dipropylene glycol butyl ether, and fragrance. So it might cause cancer, digestive system effects, and respiratory effects, skin irritation, and allergies. The butyl cyclohexyl acetate can cause developmental, endocrine, and reproductive effects. Some aquatic toxicity risks. Hexyl silicate, salicylate, salicylate. Where did it go? Is this the California label or the other 49 states? This is the Environmental Protection Agency's disposal score. Kaboom body wash. Can you social media this guy? What does that mean? Like, find him? Why would I want to? He was weird. He's gonna sue Kaboom for making his huevos fall off due to prolonged use on his face. Are you gonna represent him? Short ladder attack. What? It's pretty clearly marked for as dangerous. There's quite a list of warnings. Cenas, let's fucking go. Should you what? Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't know what position he has on GME right now, but I assume it's not good. A short ladder attacked Bipolar Bear's ability to say stuff in chat. He meant step stool as a step stool attack, 2 jumps, and then a cliff dive. I wish GME still went down hard enough to be short laddered. I wish it had that kind of volume. Anything that takes turn streaks off that easy can't be good for your skin. What if your skin's covered in turn streaks? Gurk, I did hear that rubbing Kaboom on the gents will make it grow to incredible sizes. No, but COVID vaccines. Oh boy. You never would have thought, but then boom. Boom. Topical. Toilet brushes are an incredible exfoliator. Gross Gaff is here. What's up, turd? Which one did you get? All of them. That was part of the vaxing and waxing session for Hot Pickle Autumn. Did you miss out on that? That's when I got that coffee mug. The pumpkin spice must flow. Also, EVLO to the moon. Nothing better than deficient penny stacks. You're on one. I'll give you that. I sit on my toilet scrubber so I can go ahead and pre-clean before I go. It's more like sifting, isn't it? I got way too drunk for last Hot Pickle Autumn. 3 sheets of Lucy didn't help. If Nvidia clears 438, do you think it'll hit 453 this week? It's on a strong bounce. I think call selling today is starting to accumulate just out of the money. Like this is definitely starting to stagnate. I might enter a straddle tonight to hold like overnight, and then I'll cut the losing side tomorrow if it decides to move up to 440 or down to 430. Why haven't they pushed more today? Ran out of gas, and this is all they need to get it to, and for the time being. I think more importantly, they need to stabilize at this level and burn off those short put, like the long put positions. I think that's actually like more important for today than getting to 4,500 or 4,550. They still need to get the price up into the middle of the week, but getting it stable above where a significant part of their risk is very important. Where is the power in the hour? There doesn't appear to be a lot of it. I remember it, but my peener dropped a few centimeters. I had some to lose though. It wasn't inverted yet. I did become a better trader, so I could think of that as a win. Reasonable. More aerodynamic, when moving from one monitor to the next. Jealous. This is bull Pi-Fi timeout dork. Bipolar Bear, if you don't stop, I'm gonna make sure that GME closes the week above $20. Their main goal was just to get Burry to go short early. Success. Help step currency. I got my peener stuck in the carry trade. Can you lend me a hand? He admitted it. He controls the market. No, I don't. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, good job, Puller. Dork. Alright, given what you expect from SVX this week, would overnight straddles be better than straddles? Hmm. What, like intraday straddles? Are you doing like short straddles intraday? Like, I mean, I don't really open a lot of intraday straddles. Generally, I pick a direction. Strangles. Strangles better than straddles. No, straddles are better right now. VIX is at like 15. Straddles are cheap. There's no reason to get a strangle. I think the chat is weirder than usual today. He tagged Pyrex 76 and 77. Chat's a bit odd today, but it's fun. It's we haven't had one of these in a while. This price action's so fucking boring. It's perfect. It's quiet. Too quiet. They're just trying to keep Burry's puts out of the money. They got in my way. I don't delete them. I just keep trying to find the right name. You should just create a skip that, like a script that tags everybody with a P in their name. And then you can, like, bind that to a macro. And then you just hit one key, tags everyone, then you type what you want. I call these wear headphones at work or prepare for an HR meeting days. You type what you want with the 5 characters left of your 200 character limit. The only algo running is, I don't know, fuck it, just by a couple of calls at 4475 or something. I'm too hungover for this shit. Oh, okay. So the chat GPT algos? Work has made me spoiled with IntelliSense. I don't even know what that is. It sounds like something that you could get easily spoiled with, though. That's all they're using these days. S-Mark just made a bid for X for 35. Ooh, exciting. You think the overnight move will be significant? It feels like it won't be. It could. Futures are at a pretty decent level right now. They'd benefit from closing higher into the overnight session, but above 4,500 would be probably where they want to get it. Although right now we're just trading between 4,490 and 4,500. I decided to throw my hat in the ring and make an offer for X. $45 for the whole company. That seems reasonable and well thought out. Is a test at 4,500 still the expectation? If we close in the 4470 75 range, I don't know if there's enough interest on the SPX side of things to get us there, but maybe on futures. IntelliSense is auto completion, like where I normally just type at pi tab and get your name. Oh, yeah, but you can't do that because of Pyrex 77 and 76. I vote you name the cat Iron Condor. That doesn't even make sense, shaven balls. I didn't read the DD, but why is Johnson & Johnson going bankrupt? They're not. Something tells me 4475 is somewhat of a resistance. Then why do I have Pooty Toots? I don't know. Also, when is QQQ going bankrupt? That sounds like when Burry's puts go in the money. What do you put for the name when you take him to the vet? None of your business. Not your business. That's what I write in the box. Plot twist? Burry's puts are short. What? Cop Killer, the original OG. Oh, Jesus Christ. I need more caffeine. What do I want? Do I want tea? Like tea or some other alternative form of energy? I had a cat named Jack Mehoff. Enjoyed every birthday card. Chewy birthday card. Noib is a nice name and it sounds Germanic. Hmm. Will you relay my offer to the X board? Thanks. I could try. SP X's CFO is about to get inundated with 45 to $127 offers from the pickle jar. This is what happens when SPX trades in a $10 range for 85% of the day. Yeah. I mean, it's cool though, because I did debit spreads, right? That's why I did the debit spreads. I think I was spot on with my approach to tackling this price action. Avoid the what is this word that everyone keeps using? Ah, I see. My offer is 2 bags of hot Cheetos, a damn job to all the officers and board members. This is fair. Oh, and 2 bags of Cheetos are for each of them. Oh shit. Coming in hot. I don't. Well, there goes Dork's offer. Thanks, JC. What are you thinking for close? 44.81. How do you feel about 44.77.26? Hate it. That sounds like where we're closing then. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. My Iron Condor on SPX is up 180%, so I think I played this right. Unless you've got a fairly wide range on that, you may want to think about the risk of holding it into the end of the day. Those puts are still out of the money, and they're starting to decay. Dan job's worth at least $50. Really? I mean, maybe in a major city. So do you think it will go to 44.95? Good to know. No. No, I think we're pretty I think we're pretty range bound here. At least for now. These young bucks charge a lot more than we used to back in my day. Back when you were a Dan, you'd be lucky to be able to get one GME weekly for 10 Dan jobs. That's why your generation of Dans has so many overuse injuries. Sorry, it's a call condor? Oh, okay. Forgive me. One Dan job now is worth a 5-piece chicky nugget. Should you hose down your Dan with Kaboom at the end of the day behind the dumpster, or does it increase their useful life? I don't know. I thought Dans were self-cleaning. Can you file an RSI claim for workman's comp? You know, Wendy's has denied most of the Dan's workman's comp claims in the last couple years. It seems to be very hard to get one through. I don't know why, but how high do you think J&J can go before the end of the day? I don't know, like 175 or something. Dan's only retirement strategy is a slip and fall inside of Wendy's. That's not true. What about chili burns? Holy crap, the SPX moved to $1.50 in the last 5 minutes. I think the important thing to note here, Doric, is that of the $1.50 it moved, it's right back where it started. Are straddles superior to buying an in the money call with 7 DTE with existing puts? You could do that. I mean, you're still creating a. You're not. Well, I guess it's not a straddle, but it would depend on how many puts you have relative to the call, but that's more just like hedging your puts. How low might VIX go overnight? I don't know. It could go up overnight. I was thinking about a 1 DTE straddle overnight. I mean, if you're going like 1 DTE, I assume so 0 DTE at market open tomorrow, or are you buying a 2 DTE today and it's 1 DTE tomorrow? If you're going 0 DTE, the VIX isn't going to really have much of an effect. I still don't know what a Dan is. At this point, I'm too afraid to ask. They're a hive mind of individuals who've blown up their trading accounts and instead proffer sexual services behind Wendy's dumpsters in order to refill their portfolios. It's pretty simple. There's a book about them if you want to go read it. You guys laugh, but I was able to make it out from the dumpster to Pigeon Whale. I retired from the dumpster work and was able to go legit. These young bucks don't know the meaning of hard work and saving. It's all the fucking avocado toast they're eating. You know? It's, quarter day, half a day's worth of labor just to pay for the avocado toast. Yeah, avocado toast in Starbucks. You could have just saved your breath and said Superstock's primary user base. No. The Dan's YOLO on other things. Ironically, still better than Superstock. There's nothing more noble than whoring yourself out for a full portfolio. Five10 gang was a whole movement. It wasn't really a movement, it was just a absurd plan to buy out of the money calls. Although they did print a couple times. Dans have attainable goals based on real economics. Do what you gotta do to retire. Yep. The Dan's Dumpster YOLO is a sight to behold. For the first A in PASA on Stefan's shirt, what does it mean? I don't know. Aeronautics? Pickle Aeronautics and Space Administration? So wait, does having a six-figure port disqualify me from being a Dan? I don't know. Does having a six-figure port stop you from giving people hand jobs behind Wendy's? I don't think it should. Thanks, Chris. I'll I'll write that down somewhere. We'll do unspeakable acts for 401k matching. How do you think I got a six-figure port? Well, I mean, if you plan to keep it there, right? You can take the Dan out of the dumpster, but you can never take the dumpster out of the Dan. That's because it's stuck. But, yeah. Jans don't do it for money, they do it for the power. Is that what the eye contact's about? Six-figure port. You gotta tell people that if the first three digits are zero, It's not a real six-figure point. Stop bragging about your Fubo ownership. The eye contact is just to make you fall in love. Oh, okay. Wish there was more blinking then. I've got this insane itch around my hand flower. Anyway, I was wondering what your thoughts on 4450, 4550C0 DTEs. I've got about $40 to burn. Thanks. Um, well, maybe burn it on something better. Is XSP a leading indicator of an end of day turnaround? No. If we see a massive push tomorrow, 4480, say 2%? Do we full port puts for SLD? If we did, I might. I mean, I got a full port, but I'd probably get more if they were that cheap. Not for SLD, though, but maybe like next Friday or something. I did it for the love of the game. That's why I was able to get out and do well. There have been rumors circulating that you were juicing at the time. Do you care to comment? Wait, hold on. If you're gonna comment, I need to go back out of focus. Stronger the grip, better the tip. Okay, now change your voice. I wish every time my camera unfocused, a voice changer would kick in. I was on all the gear. My stats weren't great, but I was able to provide for my port. That's all that matters. Jimmy bent coat hanger into break into a car formation. Bullish? I don't know about that. If Nvidia would get on that tech, they'd go instantly to $600. True. Yeah. The first company to make sex robots is gonna, it's gonna make so much money. The question is, who's gonna beat to market? Is it gonna be Zuck or Musk? Definitely Musk. Zuck, he has no shame. I mean, do you need shame? You could open up robot brothels all over the US. All of us lose. That's the correct answer. But the Dans would be out of a job. True. Musk, because he'll want to do a demonstration on stage in front of everyone. I think it's technically legal, right? It's not prostitution. Not as prostitution is currently defined. I can't wait for the Howard Stern show. Once they get themselves one of them, there won't be anything after. Once that happens, that's the end of everything. That's how we fix global warming. It'll be like COVID, except everyone's all about staying indoors. If I get that Range Rover I DM'd you, you down to ride through New York City with me with the pineapple pizza in one hand and cooked spam in the other, screaming AMC to the moon? I mean, okay. No, it can't. Not real dolls. It's it's got to be the next level of that. Are we all gonna get gamma ray bursted by the aliens as we lay on our backs, mouths agape, with VR goggles on our head and a sex bot on our other head? That's the singularity. That's just the end of the advancement of civilization. Speaking like someone that's clearly never driven through New York City, I assure you, 5 miles per hour, stoplight to stoplight, and avoiding eye contact with crackheads is not as exciting as you think. Pi-Fi knows. I make eye contact with the crackheads. You have to assert your dominance right away. Let them see how dead you are inside. Smart. Telling you, Musk has like a weird breeding fetish, and he won't do the sex robot thing because he can't get it pregnant. It's gonna be Zuck. That guy for sure makes his wife stay still during sex. Today sucks. I want my money back, and I didn't even make a single trade. Can you lean into the microphone and say zero DTE puts are finna capitulate FRFR on God for your younger fans? Hmm. The time I spend behind the Wendy's is my time, Dangerous Dan. Deadass. You're such a goonie. I don't even know what that means. Do I need to look this up? Wow, this is in the dictionary? It also refers to a black-footed albatross. Also known as a mollymock from the Dutch for foolish gull. It definitely meant the bird. You paid for that, Theta. Goddamn right, it's yours. Goonie is an extremely offensive term for one who does not use stops. Yeah, I figured. I just got an ad for Creighton University. Are they trying to tell me something? Do they have classes specializing in SPX 0DTs? Not individual classes, but that is part of a technical certificate you can receive there. What if we make robots that can be used as vessels for artificial insemination? Like we get rid of surrogacy? I feel like Musk could be back in on that one. All right, here's the deal. No one's going to use sex robots if they're going to get pregnant. Jesus. My best trades are the ones I average down a ton of contracts. Coincidentally, my worst trades are the ones I average down a ton. Natty, honestly, you probably just should look into mutual funds. They have a customer service line that you can complain to. You could spend all day on the phone with them. Hey, Gork, Barry here. No, you're not. As a professional 401k investor, what are your thoughts on centaur babies? Not even 40 million volume on SPY? Jesus? It's low. Are they going to chase 4,500 tomorrow? Well, if they can't get it in the next 14 minutes, yeah. Okay, Johnson & Johnson's trading at 173 right now. I don't know what the fuck everyone's on about, but holy fuck, what a boring day. Hey, somebody bought a bunch of 4490s. Somebody say J&J squeeze? No. Whenever I need to take a dump, I go to the gym in our office because I'm ashamed of myself. Am I soft as fuck? I mean, if you were harder, you would just shit in the conference room. So, yes. Do you have any spyware or malware protection for your phone? In 1 week, I've had someone try to make purchases online through my Veridian and US bank accounts. Yeah, I don't download lolly dating apps off the APK store, and I stay away from Russian porn websites. They're really effective forms of spy and malware control. Those are the best, though. Lots of eye contact while you wash your hands. You have to have a. You just have to have a pump bottle of hand sanitizer in your back pocket. Just closed at great profits on 44.55 and 44.60. Great day. Thanks for all you do. You got it, man. Congratulations. That's where the good stuff is. Are you sure they didn't sell those 44.90s? Not entirely, to be perfectly honest, but they're there. So I think I should get an extra day of theta for an SGX strangle, 44.85, 44.80, or just get overnight expiring tomorrow. It's up to you. Take a look at the IV. See if it's worth it to buy the extra day, one extra day out or not. You mean to tell me the Russian dating sites are not legit? I have no idea. They could be. You mentioned in yesterday's stream to go close to the money, and crazily enough, I made money today doing that. Weird. Yeah, it's almost like it's better than buying really far out of the money shit and then spending the entire day praying. Or only having like 3 minutes of profitability to realize. Don't even get me started on Russian massage parlors. Have you ever thought about creating like a Yelp type website where you and other massage parlor aficionados could congregate and discuss local massage parlors in your area? Maybe even review them? It's called Rub Maps. I know what it's fucking called. They're totally legit. I just wired 5K to my soon to be hot Russian bride for her plane ticket 6 months ago. I haven't heard from her since, but it must be because she's in transit. Any day now. Maybe she got taken down with anti-air missiles. Rip. Oh, too many Ko-Fis at once. Alright. Didn't you take a shit in a TGI Fridays dining room? No, I got piss drunk and naked. And maybe on the bar or bar stools. Also naked. I was naked in a TGI Fridays. Roses are red and violets are blue. Don't hang out in the back of Wendy's and make crackheads go boo hoo. Rub and Tizug maps for muffs. Okay, Trailer Park Boys. Grandfathered into that premium Rub Maps account, I see. Classic New Yorker. Could you say that you were down to fuck in the TGIF? I don't think I was trying to fuck anybody. It was just hot. It was really hot. I had like 2 4 Locos before I got there. Then I was at a fucking TGIFs. They started serving me, you know, fish bowls full of alcohol. I know what you're saying. It's really their fault. I agree. I don't know what they expected from me. I hope you did the decent thing and left them a $4 tip. Um, I mean, I did try to tip the security guards that dragged me out of the restaurant. Or bribe. Two Four Locos. Were you sad drinking? Well, so what happened is we were supposed to go somewhere fun, and my buddy who was gonna meet us didn't show up, and so we were waiting for him, and we ended up at a TGI Fridays. You've never pre-gamed for plans that didn't, happen? The best part about that night is at least I was wearing neon green boxer briefs. My main question is, why did you have two of them? That's dangerous. Well, because I bought two. I wasn't going to waste them. Worse yet, I wasn't going to carry the other one around. Have you ever been in that situation where you have, like, alcohol that you might be forced to carry somewhere? So you just drink it instead? You ever have one of those friends who had house parties and then only invited girls and invited as few of his dude friends as he possibly could? Because, more chicks equals more sex? I just had house parties and then didn't invite my friends. Although, one time I did invite two girls that I hooked up with, and one of my couch cushions got ripped open. No, there was no cup involved. I was pretty drunk and I thought, wow, this will be a really great idea. It wasn't. Edward Four Loco hands. Something similar at my buddy's bachelor party 2 days ago. The night ended with him gherking it in front of an IHOP, in front of the entire bridal party. Listen, if everybody coalesced around an IHOP, that's not even the beginning of the terrible things that are going to happen during the course of that marriage. So, I think it'll be okay. Couch cushion code for testicle? No, very fortunately for me, they took my indiscretion out on each other, and I got to kind of slink away. Thanks, Mortal HC. I was afraid it would turn on me at one point, and it almost did. But I managed to find something to do in a different part of the house for about 2 hours. Dork, I think you kindly not to share the full story. Do you remember the events? It was bits and pieces. I do remember some parts of being removed from the TGI Fridays. Other parts were relayed to me both through security footage, which I think I did a great job. I'm an excellent dancer. Um, and testimony. Diablo 2? Hmm. No. Look at these end of day pumpies. I told you they bought a bunch of calls at 44.90. We're almost there. I really hope JFresh didn't sell any call spreads at the end of the day today. Or if he's selling them right now. Also way out of the money. We'll know shortly. Yeah. Well, that was crazy. Did they get 44.90? They did. They did get 44.90. Well, sorta. Ding ding, how cute. That was magnificent. Bears got him just short of 44.90. Well, it hasn't adjusted yet. It may still close above 44.90. Anyway, so that leg of the move to the upside is now out of the way. I still think we have more room to go. Obviously they want to pull back risk at 4,500, 45.25, and maybe even 45.50. So I think we're gonna see more upside into tomorrow and a continuation of today's move, especially now that they're at a much more stable level around 44.90. They should be able to clear at least 45.10 tomorrow, if not higher. We'll see if there's any slip overnight, but I think everything's still pretty much on track with expectations from this weekend. So looks good. It's always best not to be surprised. It was a strange day. I mean, they took advantage of the decaying charm into close to put some, well, at least 44.85s in the money. I was just in a Twitter space call where a guy's down 900K on AMC and he's blaming Adam Aaron. Well, that's sucks for him. Have some 447 puts expiring tomorrow's today's hedge. Think hold into morning or just cut now. It's up to you, but I doubt they're gonna go in the money overnight. They might, but I don't think that's the direction things are moving right now. Little J&J update for tomorrow. If I have one, I'll post it in the Discord. What happens once they save their sold puts? They just let it go. Well, once they start pulling sold puts back, that's gonna pull the price down and drive VIX up, right? So they're gonna if and when they do it, they're gonna want to do it kind of all at once. So we probably won't see them pull any of that exposure back until, prices are at a higher level than they are now. They've got the 44.50s out of the money now. They've got the 44.75 out of the money, but 90, 4500, 4510, 4525, those are still at risk. So I would still expect them to push us higher than that. Yeah, everyone knows that Burry bought a bunch of puts. Head to Toe Ring, NVIDIA 425 and 440 weeklies into tomorrow. Let's fucking go. Nice, Gilgamesh. Alright, guys. Well, thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. I hope everyone has a good night. Later.